Give me 1 second. I gotta water this cat. Yeah, yeah, you hear that? That's cat needing water. Be right back. 1 second. Then we'll get moving. Yeah. Yep. In my defense, got up 15 minutes later than I normally do, but I also went to bed 4 hours later than I normally do. So I'm sort of thrown off. Um, I kind of played Baldur's Gate until like 4 a.m. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. But hello, it's me. Sure, this isn't healthy. It's perfectly healthy. It's natural even. Gotta put that away later. But hello, how's everyone doing? We got Control with the good news. Love to see it. Priz, Silent Rage, loading screen, Snow, Dex. Anyone else who's lurking about? Good to see everyone. Yeah, more remnanting today. Do I know what we're doing build-wise? Not yet. Hadn't thought about it. Gonna think about it now. Maybe continue the big ammo stuff, because I still want to get resources to do assault rifle. Hey Rohit, how are you? Please wait on connecting, huh? Okay. This is a first. You're doing well? Yeah, yeah. Tired, but doing well, Dex. Natural, yes. Healthy, no. Listen, Baldur's Gate 3 is just such a good game. Um... Anyone have this problem before? It's not letting me get on my character. It goes checking, then it goes loading, and it kicks me back to the main menu. Hey, Gilbert, how you doing? It would absolutely suck if my main character had progress lost. I do have the backup tool. But like, hello? Functional Alt F4. I'm gonna let this time out again. I'm not gonna disrupt it. It's like it's moving. It'll probably be a reboot of game. Grab these hardcore unlocks, pants grab. I do have to do that because I want the provisioner ring. This is the loading screen boss I've heard so much about. You know, it might be. It very well might be. Can you imagine if I just couldn't play the game because it just did this? That'd be crazy. Love this game, but man, it does not work. What is it with games that I get really attached to just having limited functionality in terms of actually letting you play? Doesn't happen with Baldur's Gate at least, but another random 71k damage using Twisted Arbalest. Was this against that Yeisho lead again? Or what exactly is happening? Yeah? I think that's so. There's gotta be like that's not a damage number you can hit organically. Yeah, excuse me. Like, excuse me. Seeing anything above like 20k is something weird happened. Hey, it actually let me in. Hey, Prime Poo, how are you? Damn, Blood Moon Spawn needs a lot of fixing. I agree. Is there bug record in BG3? Could definitely be worse. I haven't found anything super noticeable. Oh, when I was doing Moonrise, there was a couple ally NPCs that were not in the same map as me that kept getting put into the combat turn order, so it would like go to them even though I wasn't in that map. They would just kind of use dash to try to get to me, but then never be able to. It was weird. There, fixed. Thank you, loading screen. Appreciate you letting me play you. Breadstick, Barbie, Turtle, Tequila, Coraline, Tuesday. Not gonna lie, Moo, sounds like a good time. Sounds enjoyable. The Pipe Raider felt pretty good here. I want to try Huntmaster. I want to try Assault Rifle, but I need to level both of those. I guess I want to try the Wrangler as well. Plasma Cutter might be okay with this too, but... There's the obvious Nightfall. Tempted to use Nightfall just because it's dead. Well, let's do it. Let's do good old Low Slum Adventure. What I think it might be is I'm hitting a sweet spot between the ground and the hip hop, which is bounce sweet to every frame or so, which might be rapid enough for the game to merge the numbers. Could be. Could be. Not the accidental heart. Not me trying to hit Q and E to turn my camera. Okay, so I've not used Nightfall since a long time ago, actually. Still good. Supposed to be waist deep in the NPCs, not NPCs in the floor. Yeah, that's the thing about BG3. The characters are... They're just horny. They're excessively horny. Hey, PUBG. No, seriously. All of them, like, are constantly just hitting on each other and the player character. There's a skeleton dude you can talk to respec that 3 separate occasions now he's brought up characters' love lives, and I'm starting to think it's not a coincidence. He used the term, what is it? Bosom friend? Bosom friend. So here's the official Quag challenge. Call your significant other bosom friend and see what happens. Okay. Coombs will be into it, Moo. We know this. It's not a challenge for you. Like Dragon Age, and how they'd all flirt lightly in some ways or bicker too. Yeah, it's like that, but taken up to a ridiculous extent. Because, so, like, the way you can make a character in BG3 is you can, instead of making your own character, you can just start as one of the recruitable NPCs, so you can just be them. So naturally, all of the recruitable NPCs have lines flirting with each other. Well, not all of them, but most of them. The ones that you can start as, anyway. So because of that, everyone wants to fuck everyone. Everybody's fucking. Like with one of them, I helped save like a cursed kid, and then dude was basically like throwing himself at me. The dude who gave the quest, like with no warning. I was not prepared. I was just like, yeah, happy to help, and he's like basically begging, like, I don't know, man. Wants to thank you for your hard work, apparently. Oh yeah. What Prez is mentioning, there's a character who literally, like, after a main plot point, she's like, okay, go away. I need to fuck now. Like, oh, okay. The person she was planning on doing that with just kind of whispered an apology to the room. But it was a startling moment. Sounds like real life to me. Why don't these enemies in Remnant do that? Should tweet, or I guess X, at the Remnant 2 devs and ask them when they're adding sex to the game. Remnant is woke. Only explanation. So true, bestie. How am I getting those damage numbers from that gun? Pretty impressive. Just Nightfall is good. Pretty much that. Nightfall is good, and I'm Gunslinger Challenger, so I've got a bunch of damage boosts from my class perks. friend of mine gifted me his old 3070 after he upgraded my potato can play video games at more than 2 FPS. Now let's go! That's awesome news. Loading screen. That's how I got my current GPU 6 years ago. Someone upgraded. I had a 1060, and they upgraded from a 1070, so started using that. Get up. Finger gun. Bro, give me the fucking quill. What are you doing? What? Why is he trolling me? I don't know why he refused to finish the animation. Reminded me of the Roblox dance battle vids I saw on Twitter. Roblox dance battle. I don't even have a concept of how that could play out. How you doing, guest? Oh yeah, I wanted to try a rupture cannon. Did I ever upgrade the Crescent Moon? I did. Maybe we try Crescent Moon rupture cannon. I want to do Nightfall on at least a boss. Chillin' man into you. Doing the same. I've completely annihilated my sleep schedule for the other game that I'm playing, but it's worth it. Between Remnant 2 and BG3, gaming is good right now. Gaming is good. Very excited about the new card just in time for Armored Core. Yeah, you'll have to let me know how that is. Armored Core is not an IP I've ever really had an interest in, but like Armored Core 6 has had such good hype around it, I suppose is the correct term. That I can't help but be hopeful about it, despite not planning on playing it. Morning, Urban Mech. What am I playing in BG3? I'm playing a Warlock. I am I'm this close to hitting level 10, so then I get my third beam on my Eldritch Blast. And that's gonna be a game changer. I also know where some gloves that'll really help my build are. It's really coming together.
All right.
That reload speed is pretty crazy. Bulletstorm and Rampage. We're wanting to fade away. Yeah, that's the effect of this gun. You get its mod is basically Hey, you get Fade Away with Life Steal and Infinite Ammo as long as you don't use melee or any of their skills. Like it disables melee and your skill effect in exchange for uh full auto, life steal, infinite ammo. It's great. I beat the game once, then stopped the grind. Mom back in today after like 2 weeks. Welcome back. There's been a couple patches. If you're on PC, you've gotten 2 patches, a couple of hot fixes. If you're on console, you've gotten 1 patch, I think. I think PlayStation you've gotten 1 patch. Xbox might still be waiting on the first one. Um, but yeah, game is great. There's a lot of items to get, a lot of classes to level, a lot of builds to try. Xbox Series X. Okay, you might still be waiting on some patches. But game is great, nonetheless. Performance is a little wonky on some hardware, which is this frame rate you're seeing right now. But it'll smooth out. Are you thick-skinned? Yeah, Nightfall's still cracked. Hard to dodge at this frame rate, I'm gonna be honest. Oh well. Huntress one of my least favorites. Enjoy the final boss more than Huntress. Really? That surprises me. Huntress is... I mean, I guess some of the attack patterns are a little awkward, and then, like, her hitting through walls is annoying, but... I found Huntress pretty forgiving overall. Obsession when you have an Excel sheet while playing a game and tracking every new item you get. I can't say I've done that. But I do keep a tab open on my browser of, items. Delay on that one. Hey Foster, thank you for the Prime, for the 26 months. I really appreciate it. Going on vacation tomorrow, couldn't leave without reminding my favorite internet community spread love. I in charge while I'm gone. Nobody misbehave too much. Stay hydrated. Good advice. They're gonna misbehave more now, but that's okay.
Hi, Quag and chat. Going on vacation tomorrow, but couldn't leave without reminding my favorite internet community to spread love. TBJ is in charge while I'm gone. Nobody misbehave too much and stay hydrated.
Wall reading's a big thing I dislike. She just runs away, pure rage. Understandable. I do want to try, like, getting a really solid, boss melts together and then dropping to, like, survivor difficulty to see if you can kill her before she like, runs away. I think that'd be interesting. Because if you stagger her, that gives you a pretty good window to just do damage. Game's bugging out on PlayStation, can't even log in. I had some difficulty getting onto my character on PC. OG. I think it was stuck on connecting. I had to try a couple times. Playing a streamer play Starfield, I'll play it. Probably not gonna stream it. I don't care that much about it. But I'll play it eventually, I think.
Take him out.
Yeah, quick resume on. You need to quit the app, unplug controller, turn off the console, and try it. There you go. Thank you, Reptar. Did they come out with the console patch this week? Yeah, they did mention that. Jiggling. Redid campaign, cast still reviews to sell items. Commendable. They're working real hard to fix the game and hope they fix Cast's shop soon. Yeah. Cast inventory being fucked is definitely one of the things that's annoying me the most. Fix for this patch? Well, they attempted to. OG. It was in the notes for the PC patch, but her inventory has been stuck for me and for a bunch of other people. Like, I have over 220 hours in this game, and for, like, the last, I don't know, maybe 100 hours of that, Cass's inventory has not changed. So, they ran the Undead. How have the games been? They've been pretty solid. I'm just kind of messing around with different guns that I haven't,
like the looks of this.
that I didn't give much attention to before I started doing, like, Apoc adventures, because now that I have the resources to try things out, in that experimentation stage, and that's been really enjoyable. Currently I'm messing with Nightfall for the first time since I used it in my first playthrough, and as with, you know, how gamers treat anything that gets toned down balance-wise, there's a bunch of people very adamant that, oh, Nightfall sucks now because it got a 10% fire rate nerf, and, like, no, this gun's still broken. It's crazy good. Rant about Olive Garden? Okay, so the last time I went to Olive Garden, this was 2017? Yeah, this was 2017. And the server, she was absolutely lovely. She was very sweet. But, like, she's definitely someone's grandma who overfeeds, because she was very adamant about offering more cheese, and like whether you said yes or no, she would just grate more cheese onto your food. But if you said yes, she would grate even more cheese. So it just it kind of became a meme in the group of people I was hanging out with at the time. Just to say more cheese because of this one Olive Garden server who, let's put it this way, she made the cheese outnumber whatever was on the plate. It was just truly excessive amounts of cheese. So I wonder if that's like Olive Garden policy to just go ham on the cheese. Ham on the cheese. Or if that was just one person who really wanted to share her love of cheese. But either way, that was my last Olive Garden experience. I would love like an extra 10 frames. It'd be so sick. You have empathy. Run, I'm not using my heart. What even hit me? Lead in the other hall. I was doing pretty well there, except going down to 5 FPS on every swing was what killed me there, because I couldn't get the timing. Ugh. What does empathy do? If you use a dragon heart, the boss gets a heal. Basically, they get more out of me healing than I do. Especially because I have passive healing, so I need to just kind of wait. Generally don't see the problem with excessive cheese. You're not a plumber. Are you a plumber? The bonfire's locked in when the world generates? I mean, yes. There's no way of, like, safe scumming within your world state. You'd have to reroll the world. Like, it decides when the world's generated. That's why there's a useful tool that helps with that. Knowing exactly what's in your world. Because it's all been decided. How you doing, Jaybridge? This time. Hopefully my game doesn't stutter this time. Oh. So we're doing it this way. perfectly timed. Much better.
Hell yeah.
Oh, this boss looks so disrespectful. That's exactly the best way to describe that boss, and I will never describe him as anything else. Yeah, disrespectful is definitely the fucking vibe there. That proc my black hat. I didn't realize that did that much damage. Holy shit. That's Kevin? Yeah, Kevin was here for a second. I was distracted. Hi, Kevin.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
It's a Kevin. What? Still gotta finish the campaign myself. Like to have that Explorer. Yeah. You'll get it. You'll get it. Explorer is really nice for overcoming some of the resource issues. Like, for whatever reason, when they designed this game, they decided they wanted everyone to be poor. And Explorer helps fight that a bit. It's just nice for farming in general. Doesn't quite fix it, but it helps. But no one to be rich. Struggle for everything. Dribbled. Yeah, even with a couple hundred hours in the game, I'm nowhere near enough resources to have everything I want to use upgraded. Nowhere near. And with them doing things like they patched out the corrupted Luminite farm that people were using. So now people are forced to do things like, if they want to farm corrupted Luminite efficiently, they clip through walls and gates. Because that's the next most efficient thing. You're the final boss at a time now. You got it. You got it. You're gaming. You're simply a gamer. I know I could do the Great Hall event, but I genuinely just don't feel like it, so I'm not going to. Early say just dropping to say I hope you have a good stream. I appreciate that, Night Quite Dead. Good to see you. Hope things have been treating you well, and I appreciate the well wishes. How you doing, Nunu? Feel like if I was full-time Twitch streamer, I'd explain to people I'm glorified babysitter. What, when people ask what you do? Yeah, that's a good one. Use the rune pistol at any time? No, I've never used it. I have it, but I'm sick again, I'll fight it. boss yet. Yeah, you'll know the final boss.
Kill him fast!
Berserk is so fucking powerful. Ends are full, so I'll give you something to yell about for my enjoyment. Single player games should be optional for updates.
Shit.
I mean, they technically are. Unless you're on a Switch, where down patching isn't really a thing you can do.
Got you in my sights.
If a boss can be described as disrespectful, which boss do you describe as respectful? I would say, Palratha, the metaphysical version, because to even get to that fight, he respectfully asks if you would like to be eaten, and then you need to respectfully say yes, but then once you're in the fight, it's also just, like, probably the most fair fight in the game. Like, the arena, it doesn't even exist, it's just an open plain, and the attacks are very straightforward with, you know, what you have to do to avoid them. You just need to make good choices. It's a very respectful fight. I haven't fought Talratha yet. I definitely prefer the alt kill to the main kill. Like, they're both decent fights, but I really, really like the alt kill. Going for the alt kill is also how you get, you de-rust the Navigator's pendant, if you're interested in that. You have to be wearing it when he eats you. The alt kill declining? The alt kill is accepting. You need to go this way. Hey, Sora, how are you? World's really fucking cool. Looking the way it does, some pretty big implications. You haven't been listening to the dialogue, have you? I am. That's it. Well, I hope you get to a state where you can am happily. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. Listen, man, it's like 2 a.m. Okay, so, yeah, what you're saying is implication, so that outright state, hey, this is a version of Earth where the root went unchecked. They just say it. Also, if you open your map, it's called Root Earth. Man, who's got time for lore? That's valid. There we go. I was looking for that. One bug. Lore is actually really cool with these games. It's something we barely paid attention to in From the Ashes, but now I'm actually super into it as a Remnant 2. Hey, Johnny Drama. 2 pulled me in way harder lore-wise. Yeah. And From the Ashes was just kind of, oh, stuff is happening. But in 2, I'm like, I care. Which, good for them.
They're coming at me!
Pull together.
The breast sticks are very tasty. Moo? Would you like to elaborate? The breast sticks. Fought in 4K. Chicken fingers, but okay. Decided I want to do something else. Even combat. Hurry up.
Come on.
There you go. Also, the lore is a bit more related to what's happening, i.e. in Yeisha and From the Ashes. You hear a lot about the Empress, so that whole plot point never shows its face. Yeah, it also helps to know that, like, this is the 3rd game in a series. Like, a lot of the background lore was in a game most people never played, including me. Like, a lot of the Yeisha stuff was in a game we didn't play. Talking about Talrotha made me want to fight Talrotha with Nightfall. Chronos was on sale for like $3 recently. Copped it. I was considering getting it, but like, I heard the gameplay does not hold up very well. So, I don't know. Yeah, it goes Chronos Before the Ashes. Which the game wasn't originally subtitled as Before the Ashes, it was just Chronos. They re-released it as Before the Ashes. And it's Remnant from the Ashes, then it's Remnant 2. Ashes to Asses. It's gotta have a subtitle. Ashes Boogaloo. Remnant 2, Ash and Titties. No? This is put. Why heat, why no cold, why sun hot? So true, Wales. Keep spitting. Very interested in where the game will take us DLC-wise. Yeah, there's a couple potential things they could do. Like, there's some lore indicating that the Iskall are on Earth, which... that'd be cool.
What is the ascension?
Like, the Root are not the dominant enemy faction on Earth anymore. It's mostly just, like, the Iskall. If it follows the trends set by the previous game, then it's possible we get either Root Earth or the Labyrinth, or both, as fully fleshed out worlds thanks to DLC, because Corsus was a story location in From the Ashes, but it wasn't an adventure until the Swamps of Corsus DLC. I would love survival mode back in DLC as well. That would make me happy. We still don't know where Ford is. Yeah, but fuck Ford. I hate that guy. He sucks. He's a dick. Labyrinth is a full-blown world. It'd be pretty cool. Cuervo Gold or Silver? That's the question. Might be the final boss. I would enjoy putting Ford in the fucking ground.
This isn't looking good.
Semi-immortal. Yeah. Those Bo and Clementine. Well, Clementine might not exist anymore. We'll have to see. Slave Knight Ford. Now he got me thinking about the Slave Knight Gale fight. The soundtrack on that fight goes so unreasonably fucking hard. Like, you guys don't understand. Here, I'm gonna get a YouTube link for anyone who's not heard that track. It goes so hard. It's in my playlist. I have a Spotify playlist of just video game music, and it's in there. Yeah, no DMCA. I'm not gonna play it, but like, watch that shit. It's so good. And the way it changes as the phases of the fight change, unparalleled. Dark Souls 3 had the best boss music in any FromSoft game. Dude, that's the hill I'm dying on. Elden Ring was good, but like Dark Souls 3, Where's my frames? Oh, hello? One of the best fights in all Souls as well. It's just such a cool fight. Slave Knight Gale and Soul of Cinder are awesome. Just in totality. Like, Soul of Cinder isn't everyone's favorite fight in terms of actual fight, but the, like, significance of the fight, the callbacks, the track, just, when you look at it as a complete picture, I really like it. Hey Atlas, how you doing? Wanna serve yourself? Can't complain. Can't complain. I mean, I can. My frame rate sucks, and that annoys me. And also, I'm constantly tired because I've ruined my sleep schedule by playing Baldur's Gate 3 until more and more every day. So, like, at first I was staying up till 1 a.m. Then I started staying up till 2 a.m. Now I'm staying up till 4 a.m. Eventually, I'm just gonna stop sleeping so I can get more BG3 hours in before stream. It is what it is. Sleep, please. Do I have to? It's gonna be ruined when Phantom Liberty drops. Well, I'm starting to get worried because there's enough content in BG3 that I'm not gonna be done with the game entirely by the time Phantom Liberty comes out. Like, we got, what, 40 days to Phantom Liberty? So that's gonna be, like, a new obsession. But also, I still have to do at least 3 more playthroughs of Baldur's Gate 3. And I'm like 60 hours into this first playthrough. I think 60, 70 hours in. And like, I just hit like the 2/3 mark of the game, I think. So, like, yeah, it's bad. I'm not gonna be sleeping for a while. Okay, what if had frames? Big if true. Like, what am I supposed to do? The game's just been doing this since the patches. I don't have Enigma off right now. Normally how I deal with this. I guess I can just do that. I have amplitude, so. Morning, Popodon. How you doing? Which animal did you decide? Excuse me? I missed something? In BG3? Huh? Oh, because you can fuck a bear. I haven't met the fuckable bear. Actually, maybe I have met the fuckable bear. I haven't fucked the bear. Um, what? Oh yeah, there's a, yeah. You can fuck a bear. You have? Yeah. Okay, it is who I think it is. Okay. Like a literal bear? No, like a literal bear. Not you in that club you like, Wales. A literal bear. Why does it go to 5 FPS so fucking often? I hate this. It's so frustrating. The game did not used to do this. Like, I have the FPS counter, so I just look at it whenever it happens, and it's single-digit FPS momentarily. Just don't know about games anymore, but you compare it to PG3, it's automatically Game of the Year. You have so much player freedom in that game. It's crazy. Beat the boss with override pin on Apoc last night with a buddy. Probably my favorite fight so far. You see, that's why I'm glad they have such a wide spread of bosses, because I hate that boss. But you're not the first person to say here that you really like it. And that's cool. Everyone's got different tastes. But like, I think that boss fight sucks. But appealing to different kinds of players' tastes is pretty rad. Some of the voice actors seem went so hard, so much passion in that game. The thing, well, that's absolutely true. There was a line that I was like, wow, the delivery on that was crazy good. But like the amount of lines they had some of the core cast members record is insane. Like, the time it must have taken to do all of that VA is absolutely monumental. Like, seriously, the amount of recorded voice lines in Baldur's Gate 3 is probably more than, like, I don't know, some other franchises combined. Hope they got paid accordingly. Me too. Why does it go from 52 to 7 FPS? Probably more than every other Larian game combined. That's probably for just like one actor, much less all of them. Like, if you combine the VAs for all of the, you know, the companions you can start as or recruit, you combine their voice lines, that's a lot. Hello. You just kind of spawned. You use ladders? No. That's funny. Okay. What sort of aliens themed world is this? Never seen this one. You have seen me be on this one.
Oh.
Basically, this world is they took a chunk of this alien race took a chunk of their planet, terraformed it into a ship, like a ship world, and then they flew it into a black hole because they thought that the secrets to creation are in there. And this was a very advanced race that, like, they could manipulate matter on a molecular level with their minds, like super advanced. And they determined that the secret to all creation was at the center of this singularity. It killed everyone. But the ship world managed to escape the core of the singularity, and been hanging out stuck in its gravity for what to them is, you know, a century or so. But because of how the time dilation when you're near a supermassive black hole works, it's been there for billions of years. So all the AI went insane, all the systems broke down, and everyone's dead. Video game. Just let me play. Thick skin makes it take a while. The fingers? Yeah, this is the finger gun. Oh, wrong side. Yeah, Nightfall's still great. I wonder how much the projectile speed ring helps this gun out, now that I think about it. Because perhaps the only downsides are that you have to reload often and that the projectiles are slow. Now, between Challenger and Gunslinger, you can bypass reloads in a lot of different ways. So that's largely eliminated. So just solving the other problem. I was jiggling. So that's world boss. That's what that yellow orb is.
Alright, come and get some.
I need to find the soul parts. Okay, soul parts sounds kind of like sulfur. Coincidence? I think not. What is this stutter? What did they change? Oh. I've been trying to weave World's Edge in more for transference for the ammo. Though I will say, after getting used to using World's Edge with Bisected Ring, using it without is so painful. Bisected Ring being the Infinite Stam one. Do I have iframes during this? Yeah, sick. That's not consistent. There's a lot of doors that you don't get iframes while opening. There's the item one. I always confuse this with the actual quest item. So I'll grab this in some here. But... Check up here for Simulacrum. Ah. Now keeping Task Manager open on this monitor so I can see what's happening whenever I get that stutter, because Remnant is doing shit it shouldn't be. I'm determined to find out. Way too much CPU usage for one. Nightfall moment. Into you. Whoa. If it isn't the consequences of my own actions. Ugh. I think it's very interesting that you can still go berserk during Nightfall. You guys notice that? I just got a berserk trigger during Nightfall. Or during, what's the name of the mod? Dreadwalker. Dreadwalker is supposed to suppress your other skills. It doesn't allow you to activate them, and it supposedly suppresses active ones. It doesn't turn them off, it just disables the effects. But there's a couple effects, like alchemist skills, that the skill isn't technically what's giving you the buff. The skill is giving you a separate effect that's the buff. The skill is just the cloud on the ground that you made. So like that bypassing makes sense, but Berserk from Challenger's Rampage skill bypassing, that doesn't make sense. That's weird. I guess it's the same principle, but even more roundabout. sense of time, once again, does not exist while playing this game. I've already been playing for an hour and a half. Doing okay on the resource gains here. This should be it. Unfortunately, I didn't get close enough on the map to reveal the thing that I pointed out. I was like, that's where I need to go eventually. Well, classic Naruto moment of stumbling around. FPS right now. Between 55 and 60. Shooting dropped me to 28. Just shooting my gun. To delay it. Sorry, everyone's in ad jail right now. Jail. Over there. Concoction's out again. Did I really get that used to Alchemist's concoction duration? That feels so short now. Honestly, the play would be to just respec to Alchemist real quick, then pop it, then spec back, because you keep the duration.
Holy hell!
Nightfall stays goated. So I want to try Rupture Cannon with Corrosive Rounds as my secondary for this. Can't remember if Altaroth is immune to Corroded or not. I suppose we'll find out. If he's not, cool, useful debuff. Also, we get the crit chance, the range crit chance from having Corrosive Rounds active. That's pretty rad. I'll respec my traits. Momentum makes sense there. Yeah, this all makes sense. Okay, so the usual fortify, regrowth, triage. Bigger. Let's do glutton. Siphoner, bark skin. Used to be 6. I don't want to go Flashcaster. It'll speed up my my rampage animation, which should give me slightly more uptime on it and Berserk.
So you have found them. The Ember sees all.
Okay, here's I'm gonna go in, pop Corrosive Rounds, then pop Rampage, empty mag, switch to Nightfall, empty mag, Bullet Storm, empty mag, Dreadwalker.
All that remain, yet I did
Hey
not
newbie, how are you?
foresee you.
How's Slay the Spire?
I chose that. Excellent.
Hey Chad. Wish the dust lasted as long as the guy has it right. That's certainly one of the frame rates of all time. Hey Jacqueline. Regenerator Hardy is an interesting combo here. sharply timed. Got my reserve. Love that fight. Love that fight. Question, can I do a dot build in this game? Yes. Yes, you could. So you need to beat it 5 more times to get to Ascension 20 and done. I don't know what that means. Well, I know what the beat it 5 more times part means, but best of luck with that. Yeah, I enjoyed the Talratha fight a lot, particularly the alt one because the arena is so much better. It's just fun. It reminds me a lot of Elden Beast, but isn't a shit fight. Which I think's pretty cool, but it's definitely one of the easier bosses. Hardy Regenerator is probably one of the most problematic things on it, because it's easy to not get hit. I just wasn't really respecting him because he didn't have Spiteful or Vicious. But, like, Regenerator forces you to play aggressively there, which I think is a good thing.
How goes it, friend?
That's AR to 20. We can mess with that now. I do need to start upgrading Star Killer at some point. May as well be now. Yeah, that's at 10. Finish off the crossbow, I guess, since we're here. And start working on the Huntmaster. I'm gonna run out of galvanized iron and scrap. Yeah, ran out of scrap first. I have a bunch of luminite I could sell, but there's no point because I need the galvanized iron too. Unless Cass has some galvanized iron I can buy. In which case I'll sell some luminite to her. Cass, your inventory update? No, of course it didn't. See, this is how long her inventory's been static, and she's got this much luminite that I've sold her. Such a surprise to fight a Pokemon in the final fight of Elden Ring. What types do we think Elden Beast is? Ghost Fairy? You have enough regular iron.
Take care of yourself, you hear me?
Morning, Ken. How you doing? Good to see you.
Hey again. I can tell. So long as you head back then, huh?
And Nightfall was a success, I'd say. Let's do Assault Rifle now. I've never used the AR in this game. I'll go Bandit on Enigma this time. Ghost Fairy with Runaway. True.
Greetings.
Surprised when Galvanized Iron is my least farm resource. I think it depends a lot on, like, what power level you started gearing out at. Because Galvanized Iron, regular Iron are the ones I run out of the most. I think I still need that one blue relic fragment. Shield effectiveness is the one that's eluding me. Okay, what am I working on upgrade-wise here? A Dervish. Dervish is for engineer melee stuff. How's this look? Figure it out. Surely it'll be fine. Great, how about yourself? Annoyed with this game just deciding I don't get stable frame rate ever anymore. But other than that, doing well. Baldur's Gate 3 has destroyed my sleep schedule. And I have no sense of time while playing Remnant either. I've just been gaming more than ever. Not a bad problem to have, I suppose. How to beat Apoc running a dot build? Yeah. Dot builds are good. For final boss, it's like pretty obviously intended, hey, you take a gun and you shoot the weak spot, which I'm sure is an intentional callback to how you optimally did it in the first game in the final boss. Or the previous game in the final boss, rather. But like, you can do a bunch of things. Dot builds are good. Particularly hybrid of dot and mod builds. Those do exceptionally well, because dots, due to a ring that's likely bugged in its interactions, or dots are exceptional mod gen. The best mod gen, in fact.
I've never seen anything like this before.
Like, what is this? What is this stutter? See how I do everything active. Hard to dodge. Uptime on this gun isn't great. I almost want Bandit. Lost 19 pounds since the middle of July? Is that something you're trying to do? Because if so, that's awesome. Started playing Marvel Spider-Man before Miles Morales, the second time in years. The Insomniac Spider-Man games are so good. Like, the storytelling alone is and they managed to, it's not exactly super duper innovative gameplay, but they made it feel like a Spider-Man sim in a good way. I'm excited for Spider-Man 2. It's gonna be good. Original takes on long-running characters to keep long-running characters fresh. Pretty cool premise for game plot. Every time an enemy decides to attack, I get stutter. I think that's what it is. Like, their AI is lagging my game. Ooh, we can get some poop. We got the poop tile. So, a pro tip for this game. Just make sure you always have enough poop to eat, okay? If you get this tile, there's always 3 pieces of poop there. Make sure to pick them up.
Damn, is it over?
Question mark. They heal you. For a pellet. Consume to restore 10% of max health instantly. 10% heal. See. Okay, so like with Bulletstorm and Berserk active and rounds, AR kicks out some good DPS, but like, isn't that true for every gun? I'm very underwhelmed by this so far. Just feels like Typewriter is way better than this. I'm eating just no processed foods and a lot more proteins.
Is that music?
Good for you, making big moves to be healthy. Much respect, Ken. Proud of you. Love the Black Maw. I'm unimpressed thus far. Obviously, we'll have to see how it fares in a boss fight. But so far, I'm kind of underwhelmed. Whereas with the Bone Saw, I'm whelmed. And then the Typewriter, I'm pleasantly surprised. The Black Maw, I'm just kind of like, it's a gun. It is certainly doing the pew-pew.
Gives me the creeps.
Oh, someone remind me after this boss to briefly switch to Handler. I know. Me wanting to switch to Handler. It's so I can I can get the revival speed perk. Won't do it. Listen. It's just gonna be a quick Old Yeller moment. In, out, get the perk. Very simple. Reload. Elite, there you are. I don't need to go down there, I just like opening that. That's not bad for an elite melt. I feel like other guns can do that. The main appeal here is that by carefully cycling Bulletstorm, Rounds activation, and Berserk activation, I can avoid a few reloads in a row. And that helps uptime a lot. I guess the Black Maw's biggest downside is terrible uptime. Hey, Tom, how are you? Well, hope you're having a good day. Can't complain too much. As usual, testing out weapons and stuff and things. Not sure about endgame Black Maw's favorite pick for hardcore characters. Really? I would think it'd be a lot more inefficient than the Huntmaster. Like, Coach Gun's the high risk, high reward. Widowmaker is the long game. Master seems to be the well-rounded, good in every situation gun. Black one's my go-to since I've been playing. Maybe I'm biased. Or maybe it's like, you get a taste for it early, it feels better. I don't know. We'll have to see. Always L resist. Bad dodge. Plus even have a crit spot? I don't think so. Master hurts when it can't one-tap normal mobs, so my second favorite now used to be my number one. That makes sense. Like, I can't say that was a bad performance, because, you know, thick skin Ellie resist is the worst possible combination for this build's DPS, because I'm using rounds and I'm heavily crit spec'd. But, oh well. I like that it has good range. One of the more accurate spray at range weapons. That's definitely a plus for this. It's growing on me.
Here they come. At least that's over.
Yeah, with some skill duration, the window on going Berserk is so forgiving. It's really comfy. I have a lot of skill duration, though. very satisfying added cleanup. Total skill duration right now. At 15% there, 25% there. Yeah, 40% more overall. It's a lot of extra wiggle room. Are there any other duration bonuses, chat? You guys happen to know? Other than the ring and the relic fragment? Way too soon. That's fine. An amulet for mod duration. Okay, yeah, I have that one. I'm concerned with skill duration currently. The thought is having more rampage uptime would be very significant because it's 14 seconds on the fire rate, reload, move speed, which is great. But if I get 10 stacks of rage in that time, then that's 50% range damage. And then 30% fire rate, 40% reload speed, 20% move speed. For 21 seconds currently. That's like a massive benefits. And because I could have, say, the 13 of the 14 seconds of Rampage going, and then trigger Berserk on the last second, which then gives me 21 seconds of that. That's a lot of uptime. Bulletstorm with all these duration bonuses is 28 seconds. A pretty good sustained window of Gun Go Burr extra good. The tile for Bandit? Yeah, this is as well. Don't be shocking this time. That'd be so fucking rude. Last time, they were shocking. Elemental resist, huh? Both have root grab. Really? Alright. Well, thank you for not being shocking. Bro. Saw that one. Still cocked it. I dodged that one. Was there another one? Grab plus Waller an option? I don't know. I've only gotten Waller once ever. Hopefully they shoot slow. That's before getting absolutely pieced the hell up. Are you kidding me, bro? That's so insanely toxic. Alright. Take 2. At least it's at the start of the map. don't think there's any more skill duration, but skill cooldown might be a good route to try to have more uptime. Yeah, I have the 10% fragment, and then I'm running Sapphire Dreamstone. I could add in Diverting Heart, and maybe even Spirit Wisp Amulet for more. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. No, no. You see the delay as it was like, oh, you're rolling? I'm not gonna send you off. Yes, I am. Black Mom at base level? No, it's a plus 20. It's not even gonna make a dent in enemies on Apoc at power level 20 at plus 0. No, never. That would just not do anything. I think I can DPS race as long as I break line of sight with one of them. Of course, that one is vicious with elemental resist. Stop it. Just stop it. What is this? Who hurt you? Be good now. Ooh. That sword called? This is World's Edge, Lonnie Stark. It's the melee weapon you get from clearing Apocalypse story. Each difficulty has a melee and a range tied to it. Apoc is Starkiller gun, World's Edge melee. Nightmare is repulsor gun and hero sword melee. Veteran is Spore Bloom gun and Smolder melee. Thanks, you're welcome. Yeah, that duo took me more tries than I'm okay with, but it just shows you how crazy certain modifiers can make encounters. Like, their AI is not smart. They don't have complex attacks at all, but them just constantly CCing. Like, if only one of them had root grab, that would have been manageable. Because, like, you can step around one set of root trap pretty easily. But in that arena with 2 sets? Leave me alone. Build recommendations for higher difficulties. I would say do what feels the most comfortable for you and avoid handler. I know that's intentionally very, very vague, but the biggest thing with Apoc is it's just replicating the stuff you can do on lower difficulties more carefully over longer periods of time. So, like, bosses have all the same attacks and everything as they do on veteran. You just need to treat them with more respect. You can afford to take your time and be patient with almost all the bosses. Max HP is your friend, so if you're not taking Vigor and using the Mudtooth for HP, maybe change that. Medic Engineer is kind of broken right now. Yeah. Crazy DR, infinite relics. I cleared with, I did Archon Alchemist for most of my Apoc run.
Whoa.
Summoner Archon? Yeah, you'll be in good shape. Summoner Archon is really good mod build. You'll be in good shape. But yeah, there's no wrong answers class-wise, except for Handler. Kind of Challenger Alchemist. Yeah, you get some really good tanks, some really good potential melee attack speed, really good fire rate. Well-rounded combo. Can't stop playing Hunter Summoner. Hunter Summoner's cool. Awesome, there's right in endgame. Yeah. Once again, Redditor L, people over there saying there's no build diversity, and like, oh, there is. As long as you're not a handler. Yeah, well, I've been having a much easier time than I expected. It's definitely gonna go up a couple difficulties. Yeah, what I did was I played mostly on Veteran until I had a lot of items that I felt I could build around, and then I just jumped right to Apoc. Didn't mess with Nightmare more than like a couple adventure mode runs. Just went to Apoc, and this was in like the tail end of a stream, so I'd been live for a few hours already, and I just decided to start an Apoc story run on a whim, and it just went well enough that I beat everything in the game except for Venom and Annihilation in just one sitting, without having too much trouble. So it's just a matter of, like, if you build good habits on lower difficulties and you have a sound build concept and are not a handler, yes, I'm gonna keep saying that, and you're good, you're chilling. G Summoner for me, it's a good combo as well, Doc, yeah. Handler's kind of okay for hardcore if you have low skill. Carried me through my first hardcore clear. It's got a very applicable safety net, but my problem with that logic is that the other classes also have safety nets while being stronger in other areas. Like Challenger has a very good safety net as well. Challenger Prime Perk plus Black Hat Band is already so much safety. That's without even considering your relic slot. That's without considering if you run a healing shot in a mod slot. You just have a lot of layers you can add without having to deal with the downsides of Handler. What's the deal with Handler? All of your viability is tied to the dog, and the dog's AI is stupid, and there's some bosses where it's just going to be dead the whole time if you're not relic spamming. The dog also physically can't hit a bunch of relevant enemies, And even when it's active, the damage bonus from Handler is just worse than all the other classes. So you do the least damage, you have the worst uptime, and you have the most situations where your class just turns off. Hey Viper, how you doing? How are you? Doing well. Doing well. That's when you go down and the dog just sits next to you and whines. Yep. Pet AI moment. Yeah, so I've got the second pad. Let's go. That's so unfortunate. I didn't even see that rock. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Yeah. Knew that was gonna spiral. Stuck in this combat encounter because they spawn constantly stagger me and I'm trying to fight the elites that spawn. The skittering little things. Yeah, you need an area clear weapon for those. Dog is good mainly for drawing aggro. Boss sometimes aggro to dog, which makes bosses like Venom much easier in hardcore, really helpful lower difficulties for lower skill players. While that's absolutely true, KT, Summoner and Invader can both do that. Invader more reliably, even. Like, you're bringing up good points. Those are absolutely things the dog can do. It's just all these things the dog can do are not unique to the dog, but are also available on better classes. Big old cup of skill issue on that one. Yeah, I deserve that. I guess higher skill players don't need that help. No, higher skill players absolutely do need that help sometimes. Maybe not players that are higher skilled than me, but like, I definitely see the value of the safety nets there. It's just they're available elsewhere with fewer downsides. Invader skill can teach you dodge timings, which is nice. Yeah. Miss. What do you mean? That's okay, reserve for me. Got greedy. Got very greedy. That's the thing about this fight. It's easy, but if you make one mistake, it spirals. And it's me getting too impatient consistently here. Great all-rounder, aggro, movement speed, range damage, revive, all in one class. Remove great, and okay. It attempts a bunch of things, and executes every aspect poorly, while leaving out some key things. Like, all-rounder, but it doesn't have global damage. It has a low crit chance number. It has ranged and skill damage, but skill damage is for the dog, which has terrible base damage. So you would need another class to benefit significantly from the skill damage. The range damage is lower than the range damage of every other class that offers it. It's tied to the pet being active. Aggro is worse than Invader. Healing is worse than Medic and Summoner. Damage boost worse than Medic and Alchemist. Prime perk worse than Challenger. Alchemist and Medic have a cheat death as a skill rather than a prime perk. Just it attempts to be a jack of all trades, but is not even a master of none. It's a, you know, actively flunking all categories. Lionheart. I think it would have to be actively good in at least one of those categories compared to another class for it to have a niche, but currently it puts its fingers in too many different pies and it just ruins all of them. Alicia, thank you for the 35 month. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a fantastic day thus far. you have empathy. I didn't even pay attention to that. Alright, I shouldn't reload with my relic. Poorly timed berserk. At least that attack does friendly fire. Very helpful. Fucking rock again! I can't believe I did that twice. So close. I'm so annoyed. I didn't deserve that win. This is maxed out, right? No, this is the second you step out of veteran and go into nightmare or higher. I think early handler is the most value. Early handler doesn't even have the ability to keep the dog alive. You don't have your relic heals dog or multiple relic charges until late. You don't have your movement speed, which is one of the only few things I can't really complain about on handler. Like, you don't have anything. Whereas starting with Challenger already puts you far ahead. Starting with Archon gives you a better starting loadout. Starting with Invader, you already have the auto dodge. Like, handler can be made to work. I don't mean to say that it's not viable and that your choices aren't valid if you appreciate things about the class. That's not the point of this at all. The point is, like, balance-wise, it is objectively performing below every other class in almost every other situation, to a degree where one of the specific tips I would give people who are trying to get into Apoc to not play it. I think at that point, balance-wise, having this conversation helps spotlight the issue and get it maybe some buffs. Hey, Amber, how you doing? Invader starts with Coach Gun. Nice. Archon starting with Enigma is still the dumbest shit they could have done, so, like, that's a thing, but Starting with Coach Gun is pretty cool. Oh, I'm standing in there. Apoc definitely referring to lower difficulties with low skill players. I think you're not giving yourself enough credit. I don't think there is a level of skill where you can't replicate what Handler provides elsewhere. And like, while it's true that this is more impactful on higher difficulties, the gap is still there on lower difficulties. It's just the gap matters less because you don't need to be as powerful overall to clear well. And that brings me to the question of, like, if you have one class that's bad, why not make it not bad? Like, Explorer is intended as the loot goblin class that maybe isn't what you run for like a permanent build decision. Yet I still think it's way better in a permanent build than Handler is. In, like, every possible application. Like, unless you burn a relic charge, Explorer's damage perk can't even turn on during boss fights. Not by you? Well, I'm glad the current state of the class works for you, truly. Like, me not enjoying how something works doesn't mean that nobody can. I'm glad you like it, truly. For me personally, I just can't bring myself to touch the class when there's, you know, 10 others that I have fewer problems with. That's just me. That doesn't have to be how everyone sees it. Also, hi CZ. Loved exploring co-op because we joke all the time about digging holes in the most absurd places and absurd times. Such a weird skill. I haven't even used that one just because I saw the movement speed one and I was like, huh? Like, the amount of movement speed you can choose to always have on Explorer is insane to me. It's also stam cost. If you just put on Ghoul Serum and the Explorer move speed skill, you don't consume stam at all. It's just everything is free. Hey, Mr. Lamprey. What type of build you running currently in this run? I'm testing out the Black Maw assault rifle because I've never used it before. I'm doing Challenger, Gunslinger, you know, big ammo, bleed memes for maximum skill uptime. Just seeing how well different guns do holding down a trigger for as much time as possible. Then we're just kind of testing out the Black Maw. I was kind of underwhelmed at the start, but it's growing on me a bit. I do think that Typewriter overall is just a superior gun. But that kind of makes sense, because Black Maw is available at the start, and Typewriter you have to unlock. So, sure. But I also think the Bone Saw is a bit better. that's another starter. Next run, I'm going to try the Huntmaster. I'm excited for. How good do you? What do you mean?
Yeah.
It's not Hunter Gunslinger. Automatically less basic. Enigma, stop using the bad gun. Yeah, it's unusable. Like the blackout ring stacks reload speed and damage from gun. I like that too. Just reload speed is a weird one. We were having this convo with CZ the other day. Where it often doesn't feel valuable, but on paper it's extremely valuable, but only sometimes. Like, what I mean by that is I don't have any reload speed rings right now, right? No reload speed on this side. But because I'm a gunslinger, I have multiple infinite ammo methods with free reloads as well. I get 10% reload speed, 20 if it's in an empty mag reload. And then with Challenger, during Rampage, I have up to 40% reload speed. During Bulletstorm, I have 50%. So I'm hanging out with both of my skills active. I'm over 100% reload speed. So, like, I don't need reload rings at that point. But obviously that's class dependent. If you're something like a medic, you don't have reload speed innately. Black Ma's reload is also really fast. Yeah, that too. Archetype and gun reloads either not really valuable or super valuable. Wait, that's... yeah. That's pretty straightforward. Saved and equipped provisioners. I still need to get that. Hey Don, how you doing? no. During my mantle. So toxic. That was so incredibly toxic. I didn't know they could do that. I thought I had iframes. That's why it did that. Okay. Fast this time. Okay, hard part over. Now I can get close. The things exactly increase enemy strength in this game. What I would keep doing to keep them as low as possible. They scale up based on what your maximum power level is when you first enter an area. So, like, if you want to stop a boss from leveling, make sure you go in to that map before you upgrade your gear. Can't mantle there. Minions. Don't like this. I'm actually rotted. Massive skill issue. There we go.
Well, at least that's over.
Need you to get a reload speed trait. There isn't one. That's tough. Yeah, that was an awkward one. Fun though. Here for a while, nice save. Thank you. It was enjoyable. I want to get comfortable on this setup to the point where I can just like full bore spawn all the waves at once, because that's fun to do on truly silly setups like the Tremor or Firestorm mod build. You don't need to reload speed trade again. It's a bad thing for the game. I don't know if I agree with that, but I'm interested to hear you explain. Unironically, I think I may keep rerolling the Talroth Thunder to try to get Star Shot for my hardcore playthrough. Star Shot, real good. Just keep in mind, if you're gonna use Big Bang, you're gonna need to get level 10 Handler. The trait cap especially, I think it's nice to have. Yeah, I think a reload speed trait would just be a good thing in this game. Because it's not like R1 where you could just grind and have everything. So then having things like a crit chance and a reload speed trait just became huge increases in power. Not bad at all. And remember, currently, with how traits are balanced, most players are going to spend 50 plus on just core defensive traits. You have to go Glass Cannon if you don't do that. Referring to Apoc. Oh, do you hear my controversial take? I literally asked you. Yes. I assume you're in ad jail. An ad, yeah. On Shala too. Yeah, I know, but Talroth means I don't die. Yeah, Talroth is free! I say that with the utmost respect, because I love that fight. Okay, I was in the roll. Y'all saw that. Hey Vibes, how you doing? Hey Snow, thanks for taking care of Honey Bunny. I appreciate it. Savior come to rescue the homies from mad jail.
Holy hell.
Reason for not having reload traders is a pretty good spread of perks. Make you really think about what they want. No, you don't. That's the thing, Honey Bunny. We objectively do not. We have you're trolling if you don't take Vigor. We have you're trolling if you don't take Fortify. Like, you're playing Glass Cannon if you don't take these two. Just already, off the bat. Almost everybody takes Regrowth. Triage, if you're using any sort of healing, that too. So that's 40 trait points already. Bark Skin is a no-brainer for people who aren't doing heavy armor. I'm doing heavy armor plus Bark Skin because I'm a coward. But Bark Skin is a no-brainer for people who aren't doing heavy armor. That's 50.
Right,
I always want at least 1 point in Siphoner. That's 51. That is 51 of 65 trait points where you don't even think about alternatives. You don't even think about them. That's without acknowledging other no-brainer things like movement speed from Swiftness or use speed from Glutton, which I think are powerful enough to go in the no-brainer category, but guess what? We don't have the traits. We don't have the trait points to justify maxing both of those because we can't and get the whole defensive core. So that means if you introduce reload speed to the mix, that's a thing to think about. It's like, okay, do I compromise this defensive core? Do I give up Glutton? Do I give up Swiftness? If you're doing a roll spam build, like say with Ring of Omens or with Bisected plus Bright Steel, then you might want roll distance or high frame duration there as well. That's another thing that you can't truly justify outside of flavor. And I like to add that the transversal speed trait shouldn't exist, it should be part of your default kit. Yeah, it should be part of your default kit or combined into the movement speed one. Like, an entire trait just for like waiting and vaulting, for just like the basic traversal stuff that you shouldn't have to spec for. Like, like that doesn't need to be there. There's a mod gen trait and a melee mod gen trait. Now, if you're playing melee and you're doing it to generate mods, guess what you're gonna need more than you need 2 separate mod gen traits? You're gonna need survivability. So you're not gonna take them. You know what else is great for melee? Movement speeds you can actually get in range. But what if you're trolling? If you're trolling, you have even funnier troll options like not using your trait points.
I'm glad that's over.
Do always grab Fortify though? Yep. In every build, I find myself doing Fortify, Vigor, Triage, Regrowth. That's 40. And then 1 point Siphoner, 41. I almost never pass up Barkskin. But sometimes I do if I really want to make something thematic work, but that still only leaves me 24 points to play around with. That's 2 and not even a half traits. I'm not saying we need the infinite trait cap like an R1. That would be, even with the rebalanced perks, I think that'd be even the rebalance traits, you know, them not being damage increasing ones, I think that'd be questionable. But, like, it could be higher than it is. Because I haven't even mentioned stuff like, if you're trying to make Gray Health work, which is really tough already, you need Bloodstream. Like, if you're trying to make a pet build work, you're most likely going to want Rugged. Especially if you're trying to keep a handler doing anything of value. Like, if you're using mod builds or splash stuff as a whole, Amplitude is huge. If you're leveling archetypes, Scholar. I almost never took Scholar because I couldn't justify the trait points on it. It would have entailed me dropping down to, like, Nightmare or Veteran and farming less efficiently overall so that I wouldn't need as much tank. This was before they reduced enemy damage a couple times. It's like, trade economy is not lovely right now, in my opinion. Of course, I'm welcoming pushback, opposing opinions, perspectives I may not have considered. That's part of the fun of these turbo nerd theory crafty conversations. But from my POV, you only really have the illusion of choice with traits currently. Further reduce enemy damage, what, when? Don't follow patch notes, really. So in the most recent patch, on PC at least, they increased DR of certain armor types for the player, so that's your survivability going up. They increased iframes on a couple of the rolls, weight category-wise. They reduced the damage increase from Spiteful and Vicious on bosses. They reduced the health increase from Hardy. They reduced the crit nerf from Thick Skin. Like, they made bosses do less damage and less tanky, and they made the players tankier and have better iframes overall, across multiple changes. Hardcore death number 2. Healing shot is vital. Yeah, healing shot is super important. I was gonna say before you get your relic charges, but like even after, it's just nice. Try to get cute there. It's not worth it. With the player buff patch? Yeah. Like, there's really almost no untankable attacks anymore, even on Apoc. There's almost none. And that's without going to the absolute peak of tank builds, which are doing some truly cheesy infinite relic spam maximum DR stuff that I personally don't touch. But even without going to the absolute peak of tanking, there's very few attacks that still one-shot you. Which means you can do the full tank build that people like to constantly claim is dead. Or you can just play a sort of middle-of-the-road setup that gives you enough bulk to survive most hits. Recover. Yes, hello. Xbox finally has all 4 updates. Nice. Oh, we didn't get the most recent. I thought the Xbox one wasn't until, like, later this week, but maybe if it happened today, then it has all of them. PlayStation got the update today, right? Tragic put a poll on Twitter half an hour ago. It's 4 options. Loadouts, Paragon Badass points, new gameplay mode, or quality of life. I'd say new gameplay mode. Because, like, survival, give me survival mode. Give it to me. Put it in my veins. No, I would love frames. Frames would be so helpful here. quite have enough damage there. Yeah.
Yeah, how's that, huh? Oh, you ain't so tough. Yeah, you ain't so bad, baby.
I also kind of know why Tragic's doing this on Twitter, not the official Discord. There's a lot of toxic people on Discord. There's a lot of toxic people on Twitter too, honey. Like, devs do most of their communication on Reddit. Tragic is splitting community dialogue between Reddit, Discord, and Twitter. You think there's not gonna be some toxic people? Like, there's no avoiding it. Especially, it's a PvE game where they're actively balancing. Replies are disabled on that tweet. I can imagine why. No place is safe. Right. That's absolutely true. Some places are way worse than others, and those are like some of the worst three. I can think of worse places, you know, if they went to like 4chan or Facebook, like it'd be even worse. But those three are pretty bad. Yeah, we're sharing a brain cell there.
Well, hey. Take care of yourself, you hear me?
Definitely getting all four when I'm going to their plan for DLC. I mean, what if they're all in one update and he's just trolling? Like, oh, well, we asked and some people voted for all of them, so we figured we'd just give you all of them. Enjoy. That'd be a banger PR move. Okay, I should have enough resources to upgrade Huntmaster now. We'll see, though.
Oh, try.
Beautiful. I want to try Star Killer as well. We'll have to get a run-in with that. I want to try Rune Pistol and Sorrow, but those are going to have to wait.
So long.
The loadouts are coming in the past. This poll makes me think we're getting more than one. Yeah.
How? Only.
Like, think about it this way. They're not trying to do the Elon Musk method of, you know, have polls dictate the decisions they make, because that's not a good business model. No intelligent person actually does that. It's not a, hey, whichever one wins will do first. It's not that. It's a coy way of saying, hey, these are things you guys want. We are acknowledging that. And invalidate the results if they don't like it. Mm-hmm. Of course. Right, Kevin? I think Kevin agrees. Another one. Look at this boy. He's so cat. Like, many cats are cat, but look how cat this cat is. Cat is catting extra today? Yes. Music in this area. Yeah, I like this and the Yeisha background one too. The Far Woods. Really, the game's really dropped the ball on music. This game does it right. Video game OSTs, I have a great appreciation for good ones, and it really does feel like something's missing when a game just doesn't have a memorable OST. Yeah.
Here we go.
Burr. Wonderland's OST was fine. It wasn't memorable, though. That's the thing. It wasn't bad. It wasn't memorable. I remember, like, 2 tracks from that game. Maybe 3. I remember Drill. I remember the main menu. That's it. Yeah. That's all I remember. Oh no, I need to actually aim with this gun. Ow. Ow. Calm down. Calm down. They're very aggressively dodging, and this thing has balloon. It is not going where the crosshairs are. Play Tears of the Kingdom? I'm not really a Zelda enjoyer. Not for me. But there's a couple memorable tracks that even I enjoy from Zelda, yeah. Yeah, Diablo 4 music doesn't stand out. Agree with you there. Meanwhile, 20 plus years later, Diablo 2 music is still stuck in my head. And Diablo 3, Malthael boss fight theme, another banger.
That was rough.
Real whose name is always formatted like this.
This looks important.
I do be like that. Fix the mediocre damage on Meridian. Don't know how. Bandit, infinite grenade launcher shots for the win. Also, learning this is more of an active weapon. Tries to be like Star Shot's nowhere near Star Shot. I imagine Bandit helps a lot. Yeah, that makes sense. Amplitude Bandit, so you just get as many chances for refills as possible. Yeah, there's a few weapons that I did sort of ruin for myself by getting them sort of out of order. Like, I got Star Shot way before Meridian. So now I'm like, why would I Meridian? Tristram music, don't think I'll ever forget that. Yeah. Also just the Bloodmore soundtrack. Just the starting first, non-town zone in Diablo 2. That's still in here. It's never leaving.
That's it.
And I think that's the best thing you can do with a game OST. Make it stick. FromSoft is excellent about that with their game. Most Gearbox games are like that as well. Blizzard kind of sucks at it. Nintendo's pretty good at it. Every generation of Pokemon has a banger or two. I guess that's Game Freak, but not every Pokemon game is Game Freak, so I'm gonna call Nintendo because publisher. What's the stagger on this? %. It feels higher. Interesting game soundtrack. Remember loving the Doom music. Can't replay it in my head. Just know when I hear it, love it. News 2 Dooms. Yeah, 2016 and Eternal. Yeah. Very iconic. Those kind of spawned their own genre of music, which I find super interesting. It's become a sort of staple to doomify other video game OSTs. We gotta talk about the GOAT here, though. The elephant in the room. Devil May Cry music. Every Capcom showcase where they don't announce Devil May Cry 6, I die a little more inside. Actually, never played DMC, gonna look up the soundtrack now. So, Bury the Light is a Devil May Cry 5 DLC song. And it's one of the most popular video game tracks ever. Like, it went super viral. And with good reason, it's just a really well-crafted song. But, like, DMC5 has a bunch of bangers, DMC4, DMC3, of course. DMC2 people kind of forget about, but like the music isn't bad. And DMC1 has some basic stuff. Oh, ads, ad jail, gotcha. Always postulants parlor. Doom 2016 good, Eternal music not so much. Anybody, you can separate out the whole them mistreating Mick Gordon from the music not being good, because once again it's objectively untrue. The music in Eternal was also very well received. Now, yeah, Bethesda and id absolutely did just shit on Mick Gordon's plate. And they've likely lost the ability to make that authentic Doom music sound.
Yeah, I don't trust this place.
So they'll be forced into pale limitations, but like the songs he worked on are still in the game. They're still there. The music is still good. Said the ones that made read the first sentence of the message where you said Doom 2016 good. Read the whole first sentence. Come on. You started with a generalization. Just don't do that. The Roblox dance battle is all I can think about. You come to this Dance and Bone guy. I still don't know what a Roblox dance battle exactly is. Like, I only barely know what Roblox is. Oh.
This ain't good.
Fairylight's pretty epic. Yeah, also from DMC5, Devil Trigger goes really hard. Devil Trigger's great. Games 2016 is good as make sure all those songs, make them finish out the song, turn off song, make the bangers, but like a few. Die on the stupid hill. It is a stupid hill to die on. I'm glad you know.
Come on.
Like, you can enjoy something while also acknowledging that the higher-ups responsible for said thing treated a person involved in the creation of said thing horribly. Put a link in here, you trust me to click it. I'm putting the screen and everything, show what I'm talking about. Yeah, go ahead. As long as it's safe for work. As long as it's safe for work. I was gonna do the side dungeon, I changed my mind last second. Did it work? Yeah, go ahead. I think Devil Trigger is gonna be the next song I let Spotify generator play this on a mountain bike rides. The song gets you pumped. Yeah, yeah. And with how Devil May Cry combat works, each of the playable characters has like a theme song, but it'll play the most hype parts of that song if you're fighting like and playing well. It's dynamic based on how the flow of combat's going. It's so cool. You just get rewarded when you're in the sickest combos, the best parts of the songs play. It's great. Has that feel good badass effect that Doom did so well? Yeah, yeah. Doom did that as well.
I don't like the looks of this. This bullet's got your name on it.
I almost want to run extender on this gun. Is that weird? This is TMC's banned him immediately. If anyone says that, they're just trolling. Because it's not even like a singular genre. There's so many different kinds that everyone will find something they like. Like there's even for the final boss fight of the base game, you get like an EDM remix of Devil Trigger, which also goes ridiculously hard. And people for taste in music. For the music for Lawbreakers, not familiar now. That won't backfire. Surely not. Really doesn't feel like this gun only has 5% stagger. Like, it's consistently staggering these enemies. Like, that's a full knockdown. This is probably pretty good on melee builds. Isn't that a weird concept? Like, the marksman rifle is ideal for melee because consistent stagger with a big mag for that purpose.
I'll see you bleed.
Yeah, like, that's more responsive than World's Edge. That's cool. Hey, Deuces, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the emotes, ad reviewing, all the perks, etc., etc. Thank you for the support. Helps me out quite a bit. I feel like doing main dungeon. I think, like, most optimal melee long gun would be Deceit, because you can just get that mod activating on your melee attacks. I think that's probably best case. But I do like the idea of running this with, say, Healing Shot or Song, or Stasis Beam. Excuse me. Cat is sneezing. I missed your streams. I always love the way you do your thing. Got too burned out on Wonderlands BO3. Stop tuning in. Understandable. Yeah. for, you know, for people who get burned out on a game, it can be hard to even watch that game once you're no longer interested in playing it. I get it. And the way I tend to consume games is I'll play one game for a long time. Very rarely do I play something briefly, unless it's a tiny game. Other side dungeon.
Okay, this is it.
And that DMC music talk made me want to play DMC. Beat Abomination style lead enemy while in a corridor, and that's why Invader's goated. Oh yeah. Gives you a lot of close quarter safety nets. Invader's very safe. And realization there's precisely nothing stopping me from just fucking sprinting past all the enemies. Yeah. Brain activation can be a problem-solving tool at times. Boxes for this thing are not generous. I'll do it and come DMC VTuber or something. I mean, I've streamed the game before. I'm just talking about playing it. I'm not good enough at it to consider myself a serious player, but it's a fun game to sink your teeth into for a while. Oh, I'm out of ammo. That's an ideal. Making a shit joke. Okay.
Is it over?
Or dodges barrels. Wait, really? Oh, I guess that makes sense. It just dodges damage. So, that's damage. Huh, I never thought about that. That's pretty cool. My favorite thing about Invader's dodge skill is it lets you dodge while you're dodging. Dodges friendly fire too, that's sick. I don't know why I always do that jump. I know it's not the correct way on this tile, but I do it anyway 100% of the time. Hey Dudley, how you doing?
What? What's that smell?
probably gonna eat my entire ass. Oh wait, I'm grabbed? You have a grab? What was that slide? I didn't even know those have a grab. It's never happened to me. Finally cleared hardcore to unlock Savior. Let's go. I still need to get around to doing that. I just keep getting distracted by switching weapons and going burr. I'm finally getting around to testing out all the long guns that I really didn't use on my first couple hundred hours in the game because, you know, resource economy. Eventually I'm gonna get off my butt and start doing hardcore. But for now... How goes the Apoc? It goes well. It goes well. Just been banging out adventures. Kind of loosely comparing these long guns to each other for this same build. So far I definitely like Typewriter the most. But Black Maw kind of grew on me by the end of that. Not gonna lie. I have not tried Pulse Rifle, and maybe I need to. This is the Meridian tile, right? I don't need to go in there. Favorite weapon right now? Starshot. I'm very basic when it comes to that. Starshot is crazy powerful, yet still somehow underrated. I highly recommend it if you've not given it a try yet. Big Bang is one of the best mods in the game, and Starshot just as a weapon itself is quite good. Okay, the team killer. Oh, it's fine. Put on kinship, and they only get annoyed. It's fine. Yeah, I'm not gonna Hunt Master Bloat King. It's Bloat King. Bloat King can go fuck itself. We're just gonna Nightfall. Yeah, today was also me using Nightfall for the first time since the changes in my first playthrough and whatnot. And Nightfall is crazy. Idle says build science pulls on Nightfall. Listen. It's Bloat King. I'm allowed to pass on this enemy, right? always Ellie Reserve. Fucker. I guess I'm tactically going down here to get Berserk. Yeah, that's totally why I fell down. It wasn't an accident, it was tactical. Supposed to build an Apoc blown so it'll never not be fun. Yeah, one of my go-tos when I feel like just quick farming or turning my brain off is a lot of explosive stuff on a mod build. Archon, Tremor, Detonation Trigger. Solid go-to.
Hey, how's that, huh?
I feel like doing typewriter.
You ain't so tough. Yeah, you ain't so bad.
I got Abomination. You got it. Just be patient. Tried Stasis beam this guy. It's OP. Freeze the ball in place, apparently. I'm kind of waiting for them to do something to Stasis, because it's kind of like, it's one of those things, it's definitely not doing what it's supposed to do. Kind of like how Spore Bloom slow was permanent. That sort of, thing. So I'm waiting on that. But yeah, Stasis is crazy strong. Every form of Stasis in this game is broken. Hey, some old guy, how you doing? It's going with Elden Ringer. It's going. Build crafting is good. Hope you and yours are doing okay. Barbie down, 2 more to go. How was it? He said the where's the crown? Hey, the crown's got good stats. Oh, I should pay attention to what this guy's doing. Hang on. My attention span. Like the aberration. Pretty sure I saw the card there. Oh, you changed it. Suck. I think I lost track, but we'll see. Marble Snap player boss. Rampage is the exact reason why I made a build with every class. Realizing the potential of the class and ability is very fun to play with and enjoy. Discovering Rampage was fun, didn't expect much while leveling Challenger. Challenger was the class I started with. And Rampage was something that I was looking forward to the entire time. By the time I got
Maybe I should check
level
out that
10
new
Challenger, I was behind in power level compared to my co-op partners, so it wasn't really very useful. I didn't get to trigger Berserk very often. But now it's pretty good. Done, let's go. Good job, Viper. Getting all of this skill duration has made Berserk, Rampage / Berserk really cool. I don't want to look at the amulet slot. What if I had, instead of the crit stuff from Whetstone, right? What if I went Hyperconductor? And I know that increases my cooldowns, but 2 charges. So I could be cooling 1 charge down while the other one's active. I don't know. Seems like it might be cool. I don't want to try it. I'm gonna. Losing Whetstone is... ugh. It's not gonna be lovely for my DPS, but I'm curious. What do my cooldowns look like with Hyperconductor on? 81.6... 2 minutes for Rampage. Use the wave occasionally for trash. That stomp is so awkward. At the time, I didn't have a lot of cast speed when I was trying to make it work, but I really didn't care for it. It was really not my vibe.
I don't like the looks of this.
Okay, we're also like that. I gotta pee, so once I get into the boss room, I'll BRB. It was a gamer P. It's fast. I'm back. Might lose a fair amount of DPS. Maybe. Probably. As wonky as hell when I use it as this weird delayed hitbox. Doesn't really match the animation. The stomp? Yeah. Yeah. This BRB screen's gotten so chaotic over time. It needs more chaos. Gamer P over old man P. I feel like enough gamer P's lead to old man P. That's a sentence. Please don't have shit modifiers. I'm gonna die to bad frames, but like, be gentle. Oh, frames? Of course you have elemental resist. Why wouldn't you have elemental resist? Okay. Way too early. overestimated my own reaction time. Multiple times. It's truly a collection of skill issue moments. Ow. Ow. Aw, that drew blood. Ow. Yeah, that drew blood. Jake, sometimes you're really bad at being a cat. Issue. I forgot who's the imposter? Yes. It's both of them. They're both the same person. I was gonna change to defrag, but let me not get super greedy. Play it out. Way too early there. You'd be dead if not for Ellie resist, by the way. Way too early. Yep. To be expected. Give it another try. Putting on defrag. Yeah, it's just a shallow cut. That's what I get for not wearing pants. Now we're trying to get engineer, got it, now I want to face plant. Congrats, Stale. Really good at being a typical cat if you think about it. From a certain point of view, yeah. Alright.
victory go to your head.
Hey, sorry. There you go. We'll catch. Recognize that. Yeah, I really don't like phase 3 of this fight. It's just slow. It's just so slow. For Feifei, he just wants to be king. He just can't wait to be king. Don't DMCA me. It was one line, please. I'm just a small streamer. Please. No bully Disney. Think you're off tune enough? It's all part of the plan. So yeah, I enjoy gun builds with rounds, but like when you get LE resist, it's just it takes so long because then I have to switch to defrag, which I don't like as much. It's a whole thing. But the hyperconductor thing has got me thinking. Like having 2 charges each of Bulletstorm and Rampage. Maybe there's something to that. Maybe we can be really spicy with that. Like the cooldowns are long, but Dreamstone helps. Maybe now I go over to Diverting Heart. But I don't want to lose my health regen. I don't really have other healing. Expertise might be worth a quick trade respec. Flashcaster's neat, but once again, the trait point problem, I just don't think I can really justify it. If we had, say, 90 trait cap, then yeah, I'd be taking it. Otherwise, nope. Definitely want Glutton. What did I not take? Yeah. So 8 Glutton. That'll have to do. I think they'll increase trade cap again. They've expressed that they're open to it. They've said that they're always going to be a cap, but that what the cap is open to changing. And I think that's the correct way of doing things. I agree that there should be a cap. I just think currently with how traits are balanced, 65 is not high enough. Because you just have the illusion of choice when it comes to survivability. Okay. Like if I pop this, just doing my thing here. Slow on building the Rampage stacks in single target. There we go. Still got it at the last possible second, so that's key for maximum uptime. I can Bulletstorm again. I can rounds. Rampage again, and Relic. Relic again. Seeing how long it takes for all of my skills to not be active, for me to have, like, nothing available. as reserve. Now I relic. Bullet storm. Our relic. Our rounds. Our relic. Reload. Okay, now I have nothing active except rounds. So that was pretty comfortably hovering at that 1400 DPS mark. This is close to best case in terms of, like, weak spot access, but my practical DPS would be higher because, one, you can't make target dummies bleed. Two, I'm not doing multi-target Enigma, which I would be weaving in. And I'd also be tapping multiple enemies to get the bleed and the corrosive on each of them. I think this is a sound concept. I might want more crit chance, though. Just, where do I get it? Probably be dropping down to lighter armor and giving up bright steel. Good they give you unlimited ammo for this. Now, with Gunslinger, so if you run Prime Gunslinger, which I am, you get an auto reload, but also infinite reserves for 8 seconds. And that infinite reserves means that my other auto reloads will then allow me to force my ammo back to max when I don't have that many bullets. So yeah, that's helpful. Activating Bullet Storm. Yeah. If I went Prime Challenger instead, though, I could give up Black Cat, still have a cheat death. And then maybe even I free up Bright Steel Ring as well. I can free up 2 ring slots, but the question is what I do with those 2 ring slots. I could do Burden of the Stargazer. For better cooldown. Because losing 15% health on an activation, I'm not activating that frequently, it's not a huge deal. Looking through my options, looking through seeing what interacts with skills here. Black Pawn Stamp is just unconditional 10%. I could get 35% more cooldown than what I have currently. I could go for the Rebel rather than Black Pawn, 5% more, but then it impacts my relic use stuff. I don't love. Like, I'm already lower on use speed than I want to be. Beastmaster Signet would let me put on an armor concoction, which I could then use to justify dropping down a weight class. It's not a bad idea. I'd do some testing with Drazier Sniper Sigil, though. Is that minimum damage at max range? That could be really huge for things like the Typewriter. but it's going to require some science. It's going to be a light roll club. I'm at light roll because I run Bright Steel Ring. Yeah, not having Whetstone for the lower crit stats is not my favorite thing, but crits are unstable in terms of effect on damage profile anyway, so fine-ish. I would really love just a detailed search and filter system for rings. Having to go through like this every time is... I'm sure once I memorize all of the ring effects, it won't be a problem, but that's a lot to keep track of for someone with my terrible memory. Sania's Malice would be a good injection of additional damage, but I don't think I can justify right now switching. What I do want to try is a Star Killer. Frames do not like this. That without kinship is going to kill me. It's without amplitude too. So to ask you about differences between first and second game by Pascaroni. Oh, always good to get a referral from Pascaroni. So this is basically the first game, but more of it. It's very faithful. The biggest changes are armor is a lot less centralizing. Like, you don't have armor set bonuses anymore. It's pretty much you just use them for the weight and the resists. And instead we have mutator slots on each of our weapons that a lot of the set bonuses from the first game were moved to that slot. So like you see Bandit here. Bandit was one of the set bonuses. It's now just a mutator over there. We have a lot of different selectable relics now, and there's a 3 relic fragment slots, so you can slot in some stat bonuses here as well. That's new. Traits are capped at 65 instead of you being able to theoretically get all of them. Archetypes are like, there's a class system now. You can have 2 active at once. You unlock them through gameplay, and some come from vendors. And you can mix and match, have any 2 active at once. Whichever one you have in your first slot gives you an additional perk, but you can swap them out as you like. They have sort of action skills like Borderlands style. Each has 3 selectable ones. Then you've got perks that unlock and get stronger as you level the classes. Each class has a damage perk, a team perk, a utility perk, and a relic perk. And then a trait that unlocks once you get it to 10 that you can then spec on any class combination you want. It's just you get it for free by being the class. How's respecking? So one of the post-launch changes they did is they made it so the Orb of Undoing is infinitely reusable. You can change your traits at any point for free after you have this item, which you just buy from the vendor once and then you're good. And respecking your classes, you just swap them out. Between any classes you have, you can swap them. With your gear, you can just swap out to whatever you want. If you have it, you can change to it. So it's very free. Now, since menu doesn't pause, if you're trying to swap in combat, you're going to have to pick your moment well, but you can swap at any time with no cost. Production value increase or animations on bosses or characters, etc. Animations. It's weird that you mentioned that, because there's a school of thought, people who, like, want animation redesign between entries. You can see based on the running animation and, you know, the melee, and I don't have anything to mantle over right now. Like, it's still very much, you know, similar stuff. They're using the same animations, but I think that's a very minor thing. And they've remained true to the concept and From the Ashes of a lot of the bosses are scaled up versions of elites, and then you have world bosses which have diverging rewards for different conditions within the fight or different versions of the fight. I will say the final boss of this game is like the most spectacular boss I've ever fought in a game outside of like an MMO. Really just spectacular is the best way of putting that. Invalidated the point of alternate characters, though. Right, you don't need to roll alternate characters unless you want to experience a fresh start with an archetype you didn't have available before, or if you're starting a hardcore character. You can kind of do it all in one. Like, I have 220-something hours in the game, and like 210 of them are on this one character. You're too stacked with games. I feel you there. I feel you there. Between this and Baldur's Gate 3, I'm just kind of stuck. Then next month we got the Cyberpunk DLC. October is Spider-Man and Alan Wake. Just too many games. Too many games. Not a bad problem to have. Armored Core 6, yeah. What's invalidated, you're not prevented from doing it. Yeah, maybe invalidated isn't the correct word, but they've eliminated the need. And I think that's a good thing. And who got to run later? Have a good one, Viper. Thanks for hanging out. Melee especially has a ton more moves to learn. Core Loop's animation identical. Right, yeah, Melee has an expanded moveset for sure. More types of melee weapons. More effects to keep track of. That's gonna get me tight from this reaction bit. I'm not gonna click on that right now, guest. Another time maybe. Put in like silly stuff in Discord. I'll be more likely to watch it. Like, I'm not a React streamer, so I don't really watch videos, but I do save them for later.
Here they come. We will end them.
This thing has some spread. I've never used this gun before.
Protect the Dran!
That'll be the reaction. I do pog sometimes. I guess I need amplitude for you to be in range. Maybe this is a gun I just don't use the mod on this setup.
Kill the outsider! Shit, shit! Keep them away!
It piercing is pretty nice. Jay. He's hungry, so he's jumping on my desk constantly.
This ain't looking good.
Jake. No, it's better than an upside down pineapple cake. An upside down cat Jake. What are you doing? Can you wait? You wait.
Random!
Come and get some.
What's the Discord or silly stuff? Cool. I'll take a look. And I'm not gaming. I wonder if detonation trigger would be good with this. And who doesn't want to put on their back and muscle? So true.
Outsiders aren't welcome here! Good day to die, eh? Over there!
I'm liking this gun.
This one looks dangerous.
It's surprising me. Kinda feels just like a better Huntmaster.
Help me with this outsider.
I don't have a mod slot, but I can do that. I'm low on ammo. I need to World's Edge a couple things. Oh, well, next map anyway. We're good. Actually, I've been enjoying the Wrangler over the Huntmaster. I haven't tried the Wrangler yet. I gotta level it. It's on the list. I still haven't used Moonbow either. I know that's a fan favorite. And I still gotta give Sagittarius a proper try with like amplitude and detonation trigger and
What the
whatnot.
hell happened to this place?
Bunch of weapons I still need to mess with. Before even getting the fact that I don't have Savior yet. Frames, please.
All right, let's do this.
Get the outsider!
Got a level handler efficiently, just stable hunter to it and pretend you have one ability. Yeah. Just take another class that you know can carry it.
Kill him!
World's Edge transference for ammo.
Stop them!
It's not the nuts that Hunter is just so absurdly strong you can just slot it and still perform well on Apoc despite your second class being trash. Yeah. Hunter's just got really good bonuses. It's got good bonuses for guns specifically, but like you could even make Hunter boost melee pretty well. And then just the crit chance from Mark and the wall hacks from Mark, really reliable in any kind of build. Hunter also has big numbers in everything it tries to do, so it's very good at carrying another class that doesn't have big numbers. Hey Mark Roy, how are you regenerating so fast? Is it just Tranquil Heart? It's Tranquil Heart plus regrowth plus triage. So 50% more healing efficiency, and then 1.5 from regrowth, and then 2 from Tranquil Heart. Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, if you're not running triage, I do highly recommend it. It's one of the best traits in the game. Just the healing efficiency is an incredibly good stat. It affects all forms of healing except for gray health. Except for gray health and shields. Shields aren't quite healing, you know. Asterisk next to that, there might be some percentage-based things that it doesn't look at. Need to test that more thoroughly. But it affects so much that triage is just a no-brainer. It's so good. Berserker Nico hits so hard. That's crazy. We can find Archon archetype. So Archon is intended to be the hardest thing in the game to find. The devs stated post-launch that it was intended for data miners to have something fun to look for. Archon requires you to go to a specific secret door in the labyrinth while having a very specific loadout. And by specific loadout, I mean you need to have every gear slot be a specific thing. Both of your skills and archetypes, you know, so skills within those archetypes selected need to be specific things. You need to have a shopping list of very particular items to get Archon. It's like super hidden.
That's it. For
The
now.
devs are surprised data miners found us so quickly. No. No, I don't think so at all. Like, the stuff for Archon is this entire Realm Walker set, which is available from Whispers after you beat the game. And then you need Explorer archetype, and you need to be using Explorer's level 10 skill, which means you need to get Explorer to 10. Then you need Invader archetype, which is itself kind of hidden. Not to the same degree, but it is kind of hidden. Then you need Invader's level 5 skill. And then you need the Void Heart, which comes from a specific version of Narud. So if you didn't get that one in your story, and if you did the alt kill of Shahala, you have to reroll your story. Then you need the Labyrinth Staff and the Cube Gun. You need Ford's Scatter Gun, which requires you to do Yesha in a particular way, so you can't just do that in adventure mode. You need 4 specific rings, 1 specific amulet. One of the rings costs 3,000. It's just a full loadout of very particular stuff. Generator? I was gonna take it slow, but I guess not. I feel like this gun isn't suited to this boss. Helping my visibility with this, am I? That doesn't go through walls, that's good info. Curious if I could just take that one to the dome. I can. Not very interesting. Love to know how the motherfucker is unburnt. That place seems like a continuity issue. It's one of those titles that was not updated to match. Kind of like an honorary thing. Like, hey, you weren't burnt that one time, so therefore you are now the unburnt. Resist and Remnant too. At least this gun's non-LE and I'm not using rounds on it, so it's kind of fine. Fun mobbing with this thing though. If I was against a boss with like a really accessible weak spot, something like Corruptor, this would go crazy. Corruptor, Annihilation. I could try Repulsor on this, too, actually. I really like that idea. I'm gonna try Repulsor. So we were discussing it a little bit earlier. I really think this thing can shine if supported properly. It's got steep competition, because it's a mediocre shotgun in a game with really good shotguns. But I think I can make it work.
Outsiders approaching!
That's over.
The thing with Berserk is I really want to take Swiftness so that I can, like, maintain Berserk between encounters. Once again, great point moment.
Trespassers! Stop them!
Recommend doing Nightmare than Apoc, just going straight to Apoc, already beat the game better. I personally went from Vet to Apoc. But it depends on, like, how confident you're feeling. I'd say that'd be a personal choice. I don't think there's a wrong answer. You'd certainly give yourself more tools to do Apoc by completing Nightmare first and getting those unlocks. Maybe getting the additional relic fragments and upgrades in general. But I didn't really struggle on Apoc having come just from Vet. Because I knew what I wanted to do build-wise.
This one looks dangerous.
Oh, you can climb. I wasn't sure. Worth mentioning co-op Vet to solo Apoc, state of the game, close that gap a bit. Right, right.
It's
launch 3-player co-op veteran at max power level is like vaguely equivalent to current Nightmare in terms of incoming damage. So. I leached down to like 25% on Apoc, and some of the balls instant shot 2 of them and I died. Yeah, the balls are one of the more understated threats in that fight. You always got to make sure you handle the balls properly. Jokes aside, that's part of why I think Enigma is crazy, because Enigma completely eliminates that mechanic from the fight. You just Enigma go burr and you're done. As long as you keep your Enigma loaded, that mechanic won't be a problem.
Let's get 'em.
Are you standing on the death, lady?
Look alive, intruders.
Had it on, some of them, 2 of them instantly shot at me, while the other 4 just sat there. First time that happens, I was not expecting it at all. Yeah, sometimes it can get you.
Alright. Come and get some. Something. I saw. What was it?
Are there any free items on Narud? Like, there's a bunch of free items in the Asylum on Losum. And then there's, the free healing items on Geisha. And then there's one by the Water Harp as well. Overflow. Sorry, I shouldn't have said items. I mean the consumables. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff out in the world. I misspoke. Greens rather than purples. Mats. So like in the Asylum, there's always an ammo box and then another thing. On Geisha, there's the 3 poop. And then there's the item in the Water Harp room. You know, that stuff. Is hardcore just regular? This is regular. Doing science. What? Oh, the rats. I didn't even register the rat swarm. They were just all on me. Holy shit. That was so scary. It's like, wait, why am I dead? That is certainly a bleed. Simulacrum in the override pin tower. There's always a simulacrum in every adventure. I'm referring to, like, the green stuff, the consumables, the stuff you can hotbar. Guess that's a big thing with Repulsor. This thing does not have a good ammo supply. Like, here's my simulacrum. You're guaranteed one per adventure. There's different spawns. It could be there, it could be up there on that balcony, it could be down in the basement. The other version, it could be on top of a bookcase, it could be on the balcony and the level of the bookcase. Then I don't remember the third location of the other version. Or Lowsum version, rather. Basically, there will be 3 locations where you could have a simulacrum determined by which world boss you got, and it will always be in one of those 3.
Am I no safe here?
Forgot to... Actually, no, that's not that. I think I remember to open upstairs. I didn't. Grab this chest. Having no short-term memory is fucking great, by the way. First played Apoc was the hardest thing about it, and some tips for it. Hardest thing was bosses that had modifiers that shut down the build I was using. Like, I was fine until I got to Venom, and he had Ellie resist. I was doing like a dot setup. As soon as that happened, it was I had to change builds. There was just no way around it. I had to completely change approaches. So I guess the hardest thing would be knowing when you have to change your approach to a boss if you're getting walled. That's a fast berserk. I guess it makes sense, that many kills. Bleeding count towards elemental damage? Yes. At least for the purposes of mod gen, I've been told that it does. If not, in any capacity, then I've gotten conflicting info, but that's the nature of testing. It does. It's a status. Statuses are elemental. It certainly is in line with the mod gen from other dots with Stone of Malevolence. Which I suppose Stone of Malevolence is not doing what it says it's doing, so that still tracks. That's the satisfying non-elemental. Yeah, that makes sense. Legacy's modifiers indicated before a fight starts wasn't issued from the Ashes, but here they're build choice definite to a larger degree. Right, and from the Ashes it was like, you have Skullcracker, or Vicious, or Hardy, or Regenerator. Like, for the most part, it was things you didn't have to change what you did, you just needed to be different flavors of careful. But this time around, if you're running like a crit-oriented build, and you get thick skin, that's definitely a much bigger deal, and it changes how you think. If you're running a dot build, you get Ellie resist then. In a video of it triggering the neck coil explosion. Yeah, status. It doesn't... It's like status and elemental are not interchangeable. So that tracks. Bleed has a bunch of weird rules and acceptance tied to it. Like the target dummies not being able to bleed. I was pretty lucky with my Annihilation got Ellie Resist Spiteful. Yeah, that's actually one of the better ones, I think, too. I guess the big one you wouldn't want there. You wouldn't want Empathy and Regenerator. Other than that, they're just kind of fine, I think. Empathy on Cancer. Guess you had to treat it like a no-hit then, huh? Was this when Cancer had that bug where that attack was bypassing armor? Because yeah, that was just a one-shot at that point in time. For testing it doesn't work with elemental damage. Bleed? Oh, I believe you. Garwood's run in this game looked insane. Garwood moment.
Don't let him escape!
Simply doing Garwood things. On PS5, the update just came out today for the fix on that. Right, yeah.
Look alive! Intruders!
You're shooting me. Leave me alone.
I don't like the looks of this place.
Yeah, this double skill charge loadout is growing on me. My cooldowns are slow, but I can stagger these skill activations to have just a really good burst window. And I think that's interesting. Maybe not specifically optimal, but interesting. Sniped. I lost that newel. Equip builds together in Dark Tide, do more melee things. Very excited for Xbox release eventually. Yeah, you've mentioned that. I didn't respect the guns. Learning moment. If I can kill Annihilation, I can start hardcore. Yeah, you got Annihilation. Got it in the bag, no problem. That's one of those fights that once it clicks, it's just repetition. That's pretty much how difficulty in this works. It's, once you've cleared something on a lower difficulty, it's just a matter of doing that over a longer period of time. Like, getting a pattern correct once is not enough to complete a fight anymore. You need to get a pattern correct 4 times, for example. And if you have the safety net of you can get hit 5 times, well, at higher difficulties you might only be able to get hit twice, etc. Pretty straightforward as a difficulty curve, but this does mean that you can take your time, learn mechanics on, say, Veteran, and then just translate that up. Not like they get additional attacks or anything, it's just the same stuff. I need to make it with my dad later, 'cause my birthday, the big 30. Yo, happy birthday, Thermal. Happy birthday. Long Souls like is a genre of rhythm games to me if it's the best for either difficult. Yeah. I often tell people that Sekiro is my favorite rhythm game. Because it fits the bill the best. Like, if you've never watched a blindfolded speedrun of Sekiro, it's 2 hours long, but it is worth your time. Seriously, it's fascinating to watch because it's exactly these concepts just put to the ultimate test. It's just knowing the patterns of everything. And that's core Souls-like. It's just understanding patterns.
Great.
Interesting. Repulsor's mod is another, like, non-aggroing one.
glad that's over.
It was a fun encounter. The Fat Shark Tide games also have a degree of rhythm to them, but a lot more wild cards. Punishing me for camping. Enigma's still so crazy. I still kind of feel shitty using it. So efficient. I think a lot of Borderlands content creators would enjoy Dark Tide. It gives me a ton of Wonderlands vibes just because the game's smaller in scope. Morningstar reminds me of Chaos Chamber. Could be wrong, it's just my take on it. A section of Borderlands creators who enjoy aspects of Wonderlands would probably enjoy it, Thermal. But the thing to keep in mind is majority of Borderlands fandom are not there for builds, and they get actively angry the first time they're challenged by anything. And the preference in content is not a focused experience of, hey, this is the gameplay experience we're offering. Do this. If you can't just go around farming loot sources, they don't care. So I don't really agree that there would be a lot of overlap. A section, sure. The same people who enjoyed Wonderlands, as you said. But outside of that, no, I don't think they would. Arcade be so good another year. Sad they released it like that. So are they. Based on the statements issued, it was just an unfinished game that they pushed anyway. Immediately regretted it. Hopefully it gets, you know, a full-on No Man's Sky Fallout 76 treatment where they finished the game. Because those two games had such a comeback that they're now well regarded despite the horrific launches of each. So it's doable. It just takes some time and a lot of love. Also takes people being willing to give it a second chance. Vermintide never appealed to me because no guns. There's lots of guns in Vermintide. There's gun builds in Vermintide as well. There's characters entirely constructed around use of guns. There's a character that dual wields gun and sword. Trying to style with Repulsor has gotten me hit more than anything else.
That's it. For now.
I should just use it like a gun. Maybe just use the mod against bosses. Seem very all over the place. It makes sense when you hear how they're structured. All made sense when I heard that. Seems like they're just running around the chickens with the head cut off, no real organization. It doesn't seem like a conducive environment to pushing a cohesive project, because then, like, no oversight means who is making sure things stick to the creative vision, right? Like, you gotta have one person who's like, this is how we're gonna go. You know, a game director. For better or worse, you gotta have a director. So I don't actually care which outcome I get here. So I'm gonna accuse, and I don't even know which one it actually is. I haven't bothered to look. So I got a 1 in 3 of getting it right.
This promises to be a
Though I prefer the outcome where I don't get it right.
It lives in our kingdom, does it not? I at least am interested in what it might have to say. Hey, you're...
Connecting to chat. Is chat working for you guys?
If... The one as...
Oh.
Have you both... Tried... If you...
It is...
Are you... Then...
What? What
is that...
Oh, I guessed correctly.
that like?
I don't know, is it? I see your message. I guessed correctly. Cool. I'm just that good. Ground control the quag? Think so. Yeah, chat's all good. It just disconnected me momentarily.
Yes, now.
Oh, free ornate blade level. I'll take that. I got a level ornate blade. It's definitely one of the better melee weapons off raw stats and charge mult. I'm thinking maybe the big attack speed stuff that I was sort of pursuing with World's Edge, I think maybe that'd be good with Ornate Blade. Like, could potentially run Deceit to have a source of range damage. Just run a bunch of mod gen with Deceit and then attack speed, Ornate Blade. See how that works out. I'll mess around with that tomorrow. Mr. Sean, how you doing? Deceit's my favorite gun right now. It's very good, and it's super satisfying. I think that's a really well-designed gun overall. It does a lot of things, but it does all of it well. Without feeling like it's stupid. like Enigma. It's high effort, but massive reward. Good game design. That Enigma gun's absurd. Everyone loves that gun. Yeah, but you know how people in online communities are when things get balanced downwards. Enigma took a couple of nerfs. And now it's still, in my opinion, the overall most powerful weapon in the game. If you had to pick one. Even post changes, but there's some people who are adamant that it's not anymore, and I will never stop enjoying shaming those people for the stupid fucking take that is. I kind of want to know what games the never nerf crowd actually play where that has been something that's been done. Tales from the Borderlands. Yeah, okay.
Okay, this is...
Does Berserk give you a stagger level it doesn't tell you about? Because that cleaver to the chest should have staggered me, right? I know Juggernaut tells you it gives a stagger level, but I'm starting to feel like Berserk does as well. Like, maybe not during the Rampage portion, but during the Berserk portion, there's stuff that should have staggered me that just hasn't. Although I'm in the Rampage portion right now. And I took another attack like that. First one Wonderlands, find an Ascended Crow, all in Battery with Warrior. Can't find one, spent probably a million crystals looking for that. Good pickaxe, grind's been real waiting for Starfield.
Maybe I should check out that castle.
Yeah, endless loot grinds like that just don't really appeal to me. But hey, if you consider that a good use of your time, then you're getting your money's worth that way, and I think that's good. Starfield, like, I'll play. I'm not particularly attaching expectations to it, because it's a Bethesda release, and also it's coming out in 2023. Like, those two things together, gonna be a shit show at launch, but I certainly hope it's good. And I will at least play it. Like, what was Bethesda's last release, even? Was it 76? Not as a publisher, like as a Bethesda Studios devved game. Was it 76, or was that another studio? would have loved to have Berserk active for this guy, but the timing's just not working out that way. Maybe I wait a little bit for my skills to come back, though. I can get some crits on this debris or Dreamstone procs. Only seen one. Play Starfield until Dark Tide comes out, and we'll be over until Borderlands 4 for a while. You're not really interested in too many games, huh, Thermal? That's really fast as Griddled Chambers. Now I want a Smash Burger. Ooh, that sounds good. An RPG super nerd, nor am I good at playing higher difficulties. Maybe a few different builds. Usually only play Stealth Rifleman. Been outside of that. Fair enough. Games appeal to me. Nothing wrong with having a particular taste. Like what you like, yeah.
Well, this isn't looking good.
Rams, please. Please. What is even happening? What? I guess he had shocking. Random question. How relevant are the shock fire resists on armor? I can't find information what having 5 poison resist precisely does. It's 1-to-1 into a percentage. 2 FPS gaming, let's go. It's percentage. So 5 poison resist is 5%. Some of the resists are less important to maintain than others. Like, you're not going to run into that many enemies that are trying to poison you, so having that resist low is fine. Depending on what you're fighting, you know, you could go hours without finding enemies that can apply overload, so having shock resist low is often fine too. But I personally like keeping my fire resist high, because there's a lot of enemies that do fire damage, and also a lot of the sources of self-damage in this game are fire damage. Okay, take 2. Hopefully I have frames this time. If he eats my frames with shocking again, then, like, no. I'll just leave. Unstoppable. Ugh. Yeah, no shot of doing that. PC cannot handle shocking on this map. Well, refined Voidheart. So you need to beat Shahala without doing the alt kill, and then wait a few like in-game hours, or wait a few real-life hours rather. Excuse me. And then go to Alepsis Tora. Shocker! You can't escape me. Hey, Sandy Den, thank you for giving out a sub. I appreciate it. 12 hours for campaign, 24 for adventure. I don't know. I'd heard 12 before. I didn't know adventure was different. That's good information to have. Yeah, just make sure you don't use the override key. That's important. Miss? What did I miss? I'm gonna make a window to do that. Okay, I'm not going for him again. Don't let me do it again. Get in campaign. You can get that in adventure as well. The only rewards that I know of that can only be done in campaign are the cross-world ones for the Nightweaver's Web. And, the Archon stuff. Everything else is adventure mode friendly to my knowledge. Wait, that attack still goes while you're frozen? That's so crazy. Cheating elites. Like these little shock nodes, all the weapon effects are really neat. Yeah, I think so too. Boss time, best of luck. You got this.
That was rough.
info slips, 24 for campaign. I wouldn't know either way. I'm liking this strat of just occasionally throwing out a World's Edge for ammo. Like, it's not like it does bad damage or anything. It's a challenger, so as long as I'm close to things, I have good formula for it. Oh, I like fire resist. These fucking archers, man. They are gnarly.
Oh, glad that's over.
The name of the sword? This is World's Edge, Prankster. This comes from beating the game on Apocalypse. The name is World's Edge. Repulsor's very good, reload's kind of long, which helps my gunslinger. I'm still not sold on calling Repulsor very good as of yet. It's definitely not bad. I've yet to see a significant leg up on other shotguns from it. Like Bulldog, Spore Bloom, Poach Gun are very cleanly better. Word Scattergun might also be better, especially with the mod slot available. But we'll see. Empathy. Empathy Regenerator. Holy shit, dude. Guess I'm not healing. Yeah, do your thing, my guy. This hall shall be your grave. The Prince doesn't do much damage, so I don't make a habit of respecting his attacks. This hall shall be your grave. walks in front of you. Down here. This is why being tanky is nice. Bosses like this, you just kind of don't have to care. If he had gotten a damage modifier, would have had to actually play well. But he didn't. So I don't. Stop hitting me, I'm dealing with your ads. Must be so dangerous if you know how to actually hold a sword. Me breeding a repulsor mod for good reason. I still like that fight aesthetically and like conceptually with the restricting you to the middle of the room. It's just he's very easy. Like I didn't even really make a serious effort to dodge him. He just doesn't do much damage. Hey, Mr. Maniac, how you doing? It's always going to be a problem in games. People want things to be easy, leaving no hard content for those who want it. And the option to make the game easier right there, people just complain. Yeah, if someone's... Nice frame drop. If someone's unable to do something, it couldn't possibly be their fault for not going in prepared. You expect gamers to accept their own flaws? No, it's not happening. Tell me what version the game is right now. Where would I even find that right now? I have to check in Steam, right? Is this one of those games where it shows in the pause menu? I don't even know where I'd check the version. I have the most recent version. I can tell you that much. I'm on PC, fully up to date. In a shower, I'll then face this boss with a clear mind and a washed ass. So brave. I shouldn't have tried to tab out to Steam during that loading screen. Game did not like it. Yeah, those kinds of people are always going to exist, Honey Bunny, and they're emboldened by echo chambers of negativity. So you get 3 of those people in a room, they will convince each other that they are the majority and that they should be listened to. Best thing you can do to those kind of people is treat them exactly as stupid as they are. Call out how stupid their actions are, loudly and often. Game version and menu. Pause menu? Because I'm not going to the main menu. I'm kind of playing the video game.
Damn, all out.
Is this home?
Tapping out to Steam is dangerous, especially on Tuesday. It is Tuesday, isn't it? Monka. Maybe a main menu? Yeah, don't have that information offhand then. 384354. Odd way to title your game version though. It could be like first digit is patch number, and then the rest are total numbers of hotfixes, individual changes they pushed, maybe. A possible syntax.
What is it?
Because we've technically had 3 patches, even though only 2 were, like, big updates.
No matter. Yeah.
And it could be, like, the version 1.0 and then 2 patches making it 3. Or it could just be some weird arbitrary thing. Who knows? Kind of glad your stream is always a safe space, chill stream. I try to keep it that way. Room for the shit posts, room for the deep convos, and it's also important to me to call out stupid, toxic gamer bro culture as loudly and as often as possible. Shit like issuing threats, elitism of all kinds. Shit's gross. I hate it. Do I really want a Repulsor Nightweaver? I don't feel like I do. I'm being real. I haven't done Nightfall. That's not gonna be interesting. You know, I'm kind of curious to see how Scattergun performs. We could play that one out. As long as she's not Ellie resists, it'll be fine, right? I'm gonna swap that range crit chance out for spread, though. I do need ammo. It's important. Please no cringe. Damn it. Why? Regenerator Nightweaver? Said no cringe. She decided literally the most cringy possible combination. Play that well. Mr. Glenn. How you doing? Alright, I'm Mr. Crown. You could be Mr. Neck. Oh, I stepped away from D2. Yeah, that community do be like that. Good, how are you? Chilling. Enjoying Remnant. Cooldowns are so slow. It'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Game. Oh, it's working. Slowly. It's working. Please, frames. I need you. I'll agree, D2 has been total ass for a while, and most of their bigger streamers left the game. I was more thinking about, you know, the community has always just kind of been some of the worst people you'll interact with in online gaming spaces. But, yeah, I've heard quality of the game is definitely not up to par lately, so I'm sure it's emboldening those people. Very much a skill issue moment. She punished me for that. I need to stop popping my mod at the worst possible time. 2 times now she's punished me. It's the only thing that animation locks me. I keep doing it. The ammo box here. Be safe. Your reflex. I don't normally hit that. Upstairs. She's upstairs. I shouldn't let her do this because we're generator, but I am a coward. Baited a grab, that's good. I don't know why that didn't hit me. I feel like she got me with that grab. But I guess I shouldn't complain. That was what I was expecting. Am I dead? You don't have damage modifiers. I'm good. I'm good. No empathy, so I can actually pop my relic to recover from that. That's good. Where'd she go? Banner generator on Nightweaver. It's so toxic. Oh, skill issue. Oof, that took a while. How about that?
Hey, how's that, huh?
Agree, you see the Trials carries, know all about that. Yeah, you would definitely know better than I do. I think original Destiny is better. My only experience playing Destiny is I played D1 when it first came out and was a little content bereft. I was also, you know, maybe expecting something a little different from Bungie, being a lifelong Halo fan. Like, I don't know, it didn't quite scratch any itches that I cared to have scratched. But that's just me, and, you know, something doesn't have to be for me to consider it objectively good, and the first Destiny was definitely groundbreaking. So, it'll always have that. Destiny's lore is amazing. And that's something I wanted to get into when the first game came out, but, like, them putting most of that outside of the bounds of the game, I didn't care that much. So it never quite hooked me. Now, granted, that was 9 years ago, so my attitudes toward it would probably change if I gave it another chance. Just between the Destiny fandom and the current state of Destiny 2, and me having plenty of other games to play, I have no real reason to do that. Bungie's good at one thing, baiting people into playing the game by reeling them in with nostalgia. Yeah, that sounds right. I'm happy with my progress on Nightweaver. I'm much better at that fight now than I was a couple streams ago, from dying to her for a while. I like how rewarding bosses feel in this game once you actually sit down and grind it out. PvP scene was much better in D1. I've not been a PvP person for a while, but yeah, I do remember enjoying D1 PvP the little I did. I kind of gave up. I mean, if their PvE fans are the way they are, I imagine PvP is an extra headache they don't want. Oh, Remnant, you good? You good? Just let me go over to rigs. Yeah. Okay. Wish they had equipment loadout. Yeah, me too. I believe that's something they've acknowledged twice over now. There was a tweet this morning. So I think it's likely we're getting loadouts with this game sooner rather than later. It would have been nice to have already. I really want a search filter in the inventory. Just let me search through my rings. That's what I'm looking forward to most. Okay, I was gonna do... Where's our nameplate? What do you even look like? There you are. Cat. You're a cat. Okay, our nameplate plus 10. I'm out of galvanized iron again because of course I am. In terms of guns to upgrade, we're almost good on guns. I don't think I'm ever gonna use the Western Classic or Tech 22, but they're here. Yeah, it's just like this first row. Start putting into the Wrangler. Out of galvanized iron.
So long.
Buy some from Cass. Better than me, I actually hated raids. I was Trials PvP guy. So Destiny raids are something that always appealed to me because when Destiny, the first one, came out, at the time I was big into MMO raids. So like the idea appealed to me of having that, but like with the shooter angle, and as someone who had, you know, played at the time the 2 Borderlands games that were out, that was very interesting to me too. Like merging those things. And I still think they're inhabiting a unique area by doing that. I will say though, Destiny being like floundering currently, still being the only truly successful live service game that's been out for several years. On the level that it's successful, because Diablo 3 was successful despite what the Diablo 4 devs and that fandom thinks, and that was always online, constantly updated over the course of 7 years, 8 years even, like. But Destiny being that successful, I think, is in spite of itself rather than because of itself. About Warframe's a bit different. Warframe, I think, has always been, from what Viper has explained to me, a little more actively player-friendly. But yeah, I guess Warframe deserves a place in the conversation. Warframe's been going pretty strong, right? I think I would still argue with it being on the level of Destiny, because, like, Warframe, at least in the circles I run in, it hasn't been in... It hasn't reached the sort of household name level Destiny has, right? Deserved or not, I don't think it's as known. Any plans to play Wayfinder? Not actively, but who knows? Sometimes I decide to play new games at the drop of a hat. I don't know if I call Warframe player-friendly, but fair. Yeah, I don't know if that's the correct term. Like, the same person who was explaining this, because this topic came up before. I don't know if Viper's here or not. Yeah, Viper definitely went to bed or something. Also told me specifically not to play it because I do not have time to play it. And, like, I understand what that means.
You know, it's strange how quiet it is here some days.
Yeah. Kind of boring if you ask me. I'd like a little more.
D2 has many fan favorite raids. They're still loved. Decent Crib, Vow of the Disciple, Last Wish. I've only heard of Last Wish as a non-D2 player. Sad old things debate players who stop playing. I mean, that makes sense, but also it just highlights why combining the games into one game was a bad idea. Like, making Destiny 2 just eat Destiny 1 is not the move. I mean, it didn't go well for Destiny, it didn't go well for Overwatch. Maybe we should just stop doing that. That's my hot take on the subject.
Now with... Yeah, keep your gun loaded and your wits about you, stranger.
Quit Warframe is such a freemium, FOMO-driven game. Played it for like 4 years. Never recommend it to anyone. You sound like I do, about Black Desert. Yeah, that's me with Black Desert, where it doesn't even pretend to be, like, actually free, because it's buy to play. Then it's also, like, a microtransaction hell. Yeah. I played that game for years, and I can't recommend it to anyone either. Which companies make new games? I'm sure devs get sick of only working on one game. I mean, it depends, Thermal. Like, some people don't want to rock the boat. If you got a gravy train, if you got job security, it's fine. Like, a lot of people who work in game dev, like, it's on a per project basis. So once they're done working on a game, they have to look for more work. If they're not, like, senior level in a studio or something, right? So if you're consistently being called back to do work for one game that's running for a decade, then I don't think you'd argue with job security.
Chris?
Especially with how volatile the games industry has been lately, with things like layoffs, studio closures, multi-billion-dollar acquisitions. You still play it? No, I don't still play it. Miss Gears of War. Original was untouched. The first two were great for me. I loved Gears 2. because, you know, Horde, the story was, like, excellent. Gears 3, they started losing me, and then they completely lost me after that. I played Gears 4 only for Horde mode. And I have Gears 5. I've owned it for 3 years, and I've never booted it. I got it for on sale on Steam for $10, and I've never played it. You know, it's all PvP. Gears 1 PvP was immaculate. Definitely agree with you there. Gears 1 PvP was so fucking fun. It was so new for the time. Because, like, alright, for anyone who wasn't playing Gears around then, the year was 2006. This was before Halo 3 had come out, before Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare had come out, which were two of the most defining shooters of the time. And here comes Gears of War with this third-person, hover-based, very fast-paced shooter that just, like, didn't play like anything else that was out at the time. It was super fucking cool. 1 life per round? Yeah. The shotgun fights. The Gnasher is so iconic.
You're not the first.
Just bouncing between cover, going for the Gnasher, like angling the hip fire. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. Gears 1 was insanely good.
So long as you head back then, huh?
The sniper head pops, yes. Remember my friends in middle school loving Gears of War every day for a long time. It's one of those things. Gears 2, I was in high school. And I played a lot of Gears 2, Horde, less PvP, more Horde. You know, like, Horde wasn't a thing in Gears 1, but I did a lot of Gears 1 PvP. I was definitely too young for it at the time, but anyway, yeah. As much as I love chatting with you guys, and it's been an awesome stream today, I do have to call it for the day. I've been live 6.5 hours, and I have to, like, make dinner and stuff. Also, I think it's raining outside, which sucks because I have to do stuff out there too. But y'all are awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'll be live tomorrow, more Remnant 2, and good making new friends. Let me see who's live. See if we raid anyone I know. Pilot's on BL2. Liz is playing Diablo. D2H is on Atlas Fallen. Let's go say hi to Pilot. Kevin says bye, chat. Look at the cat. Good boy. Thank you for stream. Yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. Maybe I get off my ass and grind out my hardcore rewards tomorrow. I don't know. I just keep getting distracted by, hey, I haven't played with this gun, and then I use it for 2 hours and forget what I was gonna do. We'll see what happens. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle for Pilot. Yeah, if you don't know Pilot, you'll love him. Talented artist. He's farming in Borderlands 2 for a 94 sham, just kind of a trophy farm people do in that game. Just good people, good vibes. You'll enjoy it. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Maybe do like a tubby run in between where I have